Don't I have?
Under that for tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday.
Hey, you won't miss anything. Get your microphone over.
That's for you. Yeah. That one better.
I would like to call the Town of Rocky Hill Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting of Wednesday, May 17th, 2023 to order. First item on the agenda is the public hearing that was recessed from April 19, 2023. Commissioner?
Special permit site plan application, Great River Holdings, Nick Usello, proposing a mixed-use development, Captain's Walk, approximately 3,584 square feet of non-medical office space and 4 residential units with associated site improvements for property located at 41 Glastonbury Avenue in an R20 zoning district and Glastonbury Avenue overlay district, ID 10-163.
Do we have the applicant?
We do have a request from the applicant to table this item to our next meeting. Reason being, there were several items that he was going to be revising on the plan based upon both public and commission comments. So he has asked that be recessed to the next month.
Could he let us know with enough notice that if he's not ready for next month? Because last month he was kind of unsure if it would be, he said 2 or 3 months. And
Okay, well, at that
Because
point, an extension would be,
yeah, because if we put it on here, then we might have people showing up to find out 3 minutes after the meeting opens that nothing's going to happen. So if you could let him. Thank you.
Just to confirm, that is June 21st.
June 21st.
Motion to table until our next meeting, June 21st, 2023.
Second.
All in favor? Motion?
Aye.
Aye. For the record, the sitting commissioners are all regular 5. Item 2, public hearing 2A.
Special permit application, Sarah Bezdelis proposing to expand the number of tables on site to allow for 88 seats total, including 6 tables along the Connecticut River bank at a seasonal outdoor restaurant use for property located at 277 Meadow Road in a waterfront zoning district, ID 10-321.
Do we have the representative of the applicant who would like to present? Yeah, so you go up there. It's a special permit, so you should have that
Yes.
criteria, so you can just go through.
Okay. Do I read the question or just
Yeah.
the answer?
Yeah,
Everything?
just-
Okay.
So we have your name and address for the record, and I also want to note for the record that we do have the certificates of mailing.
Okay. So my name is Sarah Besloves, and this is for 277 Meadow Road in Rocky Hill. The location and size of the site, the nature and intensity of the operations involved in or conducted in connection with the use and the location of the site with respect to streets giving access to it are such that the use shall be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development in the district in which it is located and shall promote the welfare of the town. My response, the location is 277 Meadow Road. Lot size is approximately 19,736 square feet, or 0.45 acres. The operation consists of limited food service. The site design itself shall not be modified, therefore street access will remain the same. 2, that the proposed use shall be of such location, size, and character that in general it will be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development of the district in which it is proposed to be situated and shall not tend to depreciate the value of property in the neighborhood and shall not be detrimental to the orderly development of adjacent properties in accordance with the zoning classifications of such properties. The use of the property will remain the same and continue to harmonize with the district. No depreciation will occur, and the property's location the properties located on Meadow Road will not be affected by request as there is no building additions being made to the physical property. B, appropriate improvements. The design elements of the proposed development will be attractive and suitable in relation to the site characteristics, the style of other buildings in the immediate area, and the existing and probable future character of the neighborhood in which the use is located. See attached for reference of similar tables looking to be added. 2, the location, nature, and height of buildings, walls, and fences, planned activities, and the nature and extent of landscaping on site will be such that the use shall not hinder or discourage the appropriate development and use of adjacent land and buildings or impair the value thereof. No buildings, walls, or fences will be installed. 3, the proposed use or activity shall have no adverse effect upon the neighboring area resulting from the use of signs, exposed artificial lights, colored lights of any nature, flashing lights, loudspeakers, or other noise-making devices. Will not be adding any of these unless in compliance with building departments such as restaurant sign itself. 4, in cases where it is proposed to convert a structure designed and built originally for other uses, the structure is adaptable to the proposed use from the point of view of public health and safety, not applicable. C, suitable transportation conditions. 1, the design, location, and specific details of the proposed use or activity shall not adversely affect safety in the streets, nor increase traffic congestion in the area, nor interfere with the pattern of circulation in such a manner as to create or augment unsafe traffic conditions. The design and location will be ran the same as it has been in the past year, an exception to adding more seating. Special permit criteria continued. D, adequate public utilities and services. 1, the provisions for water supply, sewage disposal, and storm water drainage conform to accepted engineering practices, comply with all standards of the appropriate regulatory authority, and shall not utterly burden the capacity of such facilities. No changes will be made, same as the previous years. 2, the proposed use or activity shall provide easy accessibility for fire and police protection and is laid out and equipped to further the provision of emergency services. Yes, all outdoors. E, environmental protection and conservation. 1, appropriate consideration shall be given to the protection, preservation, and/or enhancement of natural resources and unique resources, including, where appropriate, the use of conservation restrictions to protect and permanently preserve such resources and features. These changes will cause no harm to natural resources. 2, appropriate consideration shall be given to the protection, preservation, and/or enhancement of historic and archaeologic resources, including, where appropriate, the use of conservation restrictions to protect and permanently preserve such resources and features. These changes will cause no harm to historic and archaeologic resources. 3, appropriate consideration shall be given to the protection, preservation, and/or enhancement of scenic resources, including, where appropriate, the use of conservation restrictions to protect and permanently preserve such resources and features. These changes will not cause harm, rather be able to control where people are disposing of garbage. F, long-term viability. 1, adequate provision has been made for the sustained maintenance of proposed development, structures, streets, and other improvements. Yes, no structures or streets will be affected. The additional tables will be maintained by staff. G, consistency with overall objectives. 1, the proposed use or activity does not conflict with the purposes of the regulations as amended, no conflict. 2, the proposed use or activity does not conflict with achievement of the goals, objectives, policies, and recommendations of the Plan of Conservation and Development as amended. No, it helps support the goals, objectives, policies, and recommendations by allowing people experience and enjoy a meal or ice cream by the river, reminding them of how important it is to preserve our environment. 3, the proposed use or activity adequately addresses the health, safety, and welfare of the public in general and the immediate neighborhood in particular. It helps control garbage as well as safely being able to provide medical assistance if necessary. And And that's the end of that.
All right, any other comments you want to make?
Overall, I just wanted to sum up what I was looking to hopefully change. So, within the past year, we had 6 tables by the river, so I was looking to hopefully be allowed to keep that. That was something that we were allowed due to COVID. So we've had a lot of people reach out and just really enjoy the view and being able to enjoy their meal or ice cream or whatnot by the river with their grandkids. And then adding the additional tables up top, that was mainly for, originally the picnic tables were kind of on the main deck, however, they weren't on the border. So that kind of prevented people when they would come up to order, they would just kind of be standing next to someone who's trying to enjoy their meal. So I thought by putting it along the borders, it would allow people to still order, not kind of be on top of one another, so kind of controlling the traffic in a sense. As well as adding the tables, that just allows for more garbage control, which I really like to try to do just because of obviously the area, and I do care about the environment regardless of where it is. However, what we notice is that a lot of people, they do order food and then they take it to their car, or they'll even take it over to the picnic tables or chairs in the next parking lot, which is not a part of my establishment. So from that point on, I don't really have control of, how they dispose of the trash, if they're littering, if it's going into the river. So by adding more tables, I'm able to kind of control and maintain everything, since they'll be eating on that property, maintaining the tables, maintaining the trash. And yeah, that's overall it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone who would like to address to the commission on this proposal? Okay. Do you want to, you can come second.
No,
You can come second, Charlie's coming. Yep.
Do I move? Okay.
Charlie Wisnowski, 670 Old Main Street, Rocky Hill.
And before, Charlie, sorry, before we move on, I see a lot of speakers here, so I just want to go over the rules. 3 minutes, please, for everybody.
I'll
If you
rely
want to-
upon you to tell me.
Yep.
Thank you.
If you want to come, you can come back.
Okay, thank you. I don't know anything about the present restaurant or the operator. It sounds like she's a wonderful person. But she used the term "her establishment." And I would just want to know, by the end of the public hearing process and your decision, how you as the commission are treating this special permit application. It's my belief, unless circumstances, facts have changed over the past, that her establishment is in fact on land owned by a man on certain entities, Mr. Lyschatz. But in the past, that property line is at the edge of the building on the north side. So the establishment is using Department of Transportation land. Now, that might be okay if people don't know or look the other way, but in most cases, the commission requires the owner of land to give permission to it be used in a land use application or permit. So that, I don't know the answer. I don't know how it was dealt with in the past, but I think it's sufficient to consider. My second point has to do with parking. If the parking that's necessary to meet your regulations for 88 seats, if a portion is on land not owned by the applicant or the landlord, that needs to be resolved. And thirdly, if land from the town of Rocky Hill is used for patrons to park, walk across the land, buy it, go back to their car, have it, enjoy the water and the environment, does that prohibit other people who are not patrons of the restaurant of the finite number of parking spaces? Finally, the issue of bathrooms. Does the applicant have any obligation to provide a bathroom, or can they rely entirely upon the Town of Rocky Hills bathroom, which has really strange hours? Thank you.
Thank you.
And it was under 3 minutes.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jim Zagroba. I live at 263 Meadow Road, right adjacent to the food stand. My tenants live right across the street from the food stand, maybe 20 feet. And for those of you who have been on the commission long enough, you know there's been some very dark years with a lot of cease and desist orders. And it was very bad until Sarah came along. And Sarah demonstrated to me that she could run an operation that was not too intrusive to myself or my neighbors. And I talked to her consultant or her advisor, Russell Pelletier, on a couple of occasions. And I also talked with Kim and Dave Paulberg. And I suggested that what was okay for me, based on, it used to be 2 tables, and then COVID came along and more tables were put out there. And so I've lived with 6 tables near the waterfront because of COVID, 4 tables on the upper tier, and I've tried to be appeasing to 2 more tables along the deck. I did not want any tables on the deck itself. It is my understanding the operator does not want tables there. No tables on the server deck. I hope you can formalize this into the new operation. As it is, we have 10 tables down there. Many of them along the waterfront, 2 along the wall, and 4 on the upper tier. I don't know that we need to have an expanded use of tables along the server deck. But overall, I'd like to say that in the last 3 years, it's worked out pretty good. We have not sustained a large degree of noise. Sarah has kept things pretty smooth. And so my recommendation, my neighbor's recommendation would be 6 tables near the waterfront, 4 on the upper deck, which is on Meadow Road, and 2 against the lower wall. That's on the lower flat. I wouldn't have any problem with that kind of placement. Again, to repeat myself, I have more problem with the tables on the food deck itself. One of the other things I talked about with Kim and Dave was I was looking for exhaust fan to be turned off in the evening, which I think Sarah has agreed to do. No music. Sign placement on the road should be complied with zoning requirements. Patients should not be able to use employee bathrooms. We have some $700,000 bathrooms down there. Basically, that's all I wanted to say. I'm here to support Sarah in her efforts with some mitigation of taking the tables off the deck.
Do you have any concern with those 4 tables? specific concern, or what's the reason for you not, agreeing with those 4 tables there?
Do I have any concern with the?
Right, do you have, yeah,
Yeah, those tables are closer to my neighbor, right across the street, which has been a big point of contention. I'm removed by a house, so I don't hear a lot of that. By putting more noise on the deck itself and the upper tier, I'm afraid might be overbearing. And, I don't know what the history of, tables on the deck. I've heard there had seating tables there, seats, so when people ordered their food, they could sit down and wait for it. But I never heard of anything where there's tables and chairs out there. The drawing I saw presented reflected 2, 4, 6, 8 seats on the deck itself. I think that's too much. And I'm looking for a compromise here, something we can all get along with. And it seems like 4 tables by the waterfront, 2 against the wall, 4 on the upper tier should be sufficient to run a good business. Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else who would like to address to the commission?
Hi, Alan Smith, 112 Old Main Street. And I just want to keep this real quick. I'm just here to support this application. I think this is exactly the type of activity that we need going on in this district to be able to tie Main Street and the ferry together. I've been to the restaurant before. It seems like basically all she's asking for is to continue doing what she's already doing, potentially moving around some tables. But I think cutting any of that back or rolling any of it back will actually just be, a step back for us. And I think when business is willing to take on the responsibility of being this like anchor for business in this district, as well as taking on the responsibility of maintaining the area. If anybody's not familiar, the way the business operates is you go up and you order from the window, and then you wait for the food, and then you leave with the food. And sometimes you sit at a picnic table, sometimes you get on the ferry, sometimes you go and sit in the park. And if we limit the amount of tables there, then people are just going to get in their car and drive off. Maybe they're going to get in their car and sit in the parking lot. Maybe they're just going to sit on a bench and watch the water, but then they're going to put their refuse, hopefully they don't litter, but they're going to put it in one of our new big belly trash cans or something there, and then it becomes the town's responsibility. But what Sarah or the owner is looking to do is take that responsibility on herself, removing the trash, keeping the area clean, and making it look good so that everybody can enjoy it. So I just, once again, just wanted to voice my support for that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ciccarello, 40 Riverview Road. I'd like the commission to inquire in regards to our town planner, how many minor changes have been made to this property? Jim Zagroba just testified that at some point there was no tables, then there were 2, then there were 4. How many minor changes have there been that this commission is aware of? That's number one. The second thing I'd like this commission to not understand, but to find out is the driveway that's there now, the entrance is state property, right? If I was to step on the actual steps of that establishment, and I drew a line straight to the river, all on the north side is all state land. So my question to you, does the owner control that
property, or do they have a lease agreement? I know that the Jim Mitchell up at the train station had a real problem trying to get a lease agreement with the state. I'm all about regulations. I'm all about process. So I'd like those two questions, if you could get the answers to those. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to address to the commission? Going once, twice. All right. I think I will answer a couple, and then maybe you can chime
And
in.
we also have the applicant for rebuttal also,
Yeah.
and to answer those questions that were asked.
Get everybody's questions all at once before we start answering questions. It's normally the way.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we'll start questions from the, yeah.
Okay, I do want to address, as far as minor changes, people need to keep in mind that a lot of the food uses had a lot of leeway under COVID with executive orders through the governor. So things were changed because of executive orders through the governor.
Yep.
To my knowledge, I know I have not approved minor changes on that site. The only changes that were approved were under the outdoor dining executive orders through Governor Lamont, which are no longer in effect.
Yep,
Okay.
all right. Commissioner?
Sure. Yeah, a couple questions. Probably, Sarah, you may have to go up to the podium just to, if you can answer a couple questions for me. We do have a map in our packet here. So just for clarification, there's been talk of the upper deck. Is that referring to the gravel deck that's mentioned on our plan? Is that
let me-
correct?
That should be correct.
Where
It
the
is
four,
on-
and that depicts the 4 tables you're looking to add?
Yes, correct.
And so you're looking to add the tables and up to 88 seats for all these tables. So how many seats do you currently have right now?
So as of right now, I have the 4 tables that are on the gravel deck. So that is 24 seatings up there. And then I do have the 6 tables by the water, which I just left for now. So that's 36 over there. And then I do have the 2 underneath, which are also on the gravel. And so that is 12 more seats.
So so how many seats would you be adding then?
So I was looking to potentially just add to the main deck, so that would be 16 seats.
16.
If I might just interject, keep in mind that the configuration that's there now is during COVID, during the executive orders. So technically, what should happen is it should revert back to pre-COVID standards with 2 tables by the water. But because she's asking for this special permit, that's why they're coming in with
The layout.
COVID conditions plus additional seating.
Even though we're in post-COVID
Correct.
conditions?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
prior to COVID, to my understanding, I wasn't there, but when I took it over, this was the layout. So prior to COVID, I believe that, like Kim stated, there was 2 tables by the river and 4 on the gravel deck and 4 on the main deck as well. And that's how I believe they operated. So,
And do you anticipate needing extra trash receptacles based on additional seating?
absolutely, which I'll be happy to provide.
Do you have any specific locations that you were thinking of for that? I don't see
So-
any noted on the plan at all.
So I would put it on each deck, and so that would be the main deck as well as the gravel deck, and then I would put, let's see, 3, 1 near where the tables would be by the water, and then 2 more where the stairs are located.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Glico?
Yeah, this is starting to get confusing with multiple decks and multiple.
Sorry.
tables. No, that's okay, but let me just ask one question. You had 4 tables on the wood deck,
I did not.
but there was.
There was prior to COVID, prior to me taking over the
right?
establishment.
And you're asking for 4 additional tables.
Correct, 4 additional tables around the border of
Right.
that main deck.
So it's almost like a wash because there was 4 tables there.
What do you mean by that?
So there's, if there was 4 tables on the wood deck,
Right.
and there's no longer 4 tables on the wood deck, and you're putting them somewhere else, it's like for like.
Yeah, so it would just be adding more tables, I guess, and keeping the ones, the 6 by the river, and adding the 4. So basically kind of rearranging it, and then
Just rearranging it.
basically, but adding more seating, if that makes sense, kind of.
I think so.
Thank you.
I'm assuming that the property lines on this map are the property lines?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Is it really?
I have more of a question for this commission and for staff. In April of this year, we added Section 4C28 to our regulations about outdoor dining. And I'm just wondering how all these provisions pertain to this application as compared to like outdoor seating that's in other places like on Route 3 that have already been put up.
The outdoor.
We have 4C28, and it seems like all this stuff that's in the regulations does not require special permit. It just requires ZEO, and it kind of, we dealt with this and we added it to the regulations with public meeting, and now I'm just wondering why is it not being used on this application?
This is an outdoor seasonal restaurant. This is a existing establishment. The other is accessory uses to existing restaurants. The outdoor dining that we approved
Yeah,
was accessory uses to an existing restaurant.
okay. So this is their primary use and not an accessory use? These tables are considered their.
This was correct.
Okay.
And it's been that way. It's been in a seasonal restaurant for probably decades now.
Okay, so 4C28 won't apply,
Correct.
won't apply because it's seasonal.
Correct.
Okay. Because I'm reading through it, I'm like, we went through all this in a public meeting, and I'm just confused now why this doesn't apply to this application, but
No, this has been, yep.
but it's kind of the same thing.
Does it
We're
specify
allowing
seasonal
outside
only?
seating in public restaurants. And
Yep.
we gave the town a lot of,
Outdoor dining, if you look under 4B4, it was approved outdoor dining and beverage service as an accessory use to an existing use. This is a direct response to the legislation, the Public Act, where we created outdoor dining as an accessory use to an existing restaurant use.
so during COVID, how did all the expansion apply to this property versus what she explained, what was the use before COVID? So all the tables were added during COVID, and she's asking for that use.
Yeah. All restaurant uses were allowed additional tables because of the fear
Executive order,
people
yeah.
had about going out to eat. So
Right.
Yeah.
that's why the tables were added during COVID, under executive orders.
That outdoor dining clause or paragraph in the zoning regulations applies to restaurants that are basically indoor
Yeah.
buildings.
Yeah.
Correct.
This is not. It never was indoors. There were umbrellas at one time.
And this is seasonal.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah.
It's
seasonal.
seasonal. This is
isn't
not
all year round.
all year, yeah.
So just to clarify, that this application will happen every year because it's seasonal?
No, if they come in for a special permit, that's why they're coming in for a special permit. That will be what they get, depending on what the commission does. If the commission approves it, they don't have to come back.
Okay.
special permits are filed on the land records, and that'll be fine,
Okay,
depending on what the commission does.
okay. And that was my only question, and how that applied. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. The six tables by the river, are they on state property, or are they within the property line of 277 Meadow Road?
They should be on the property line of 277 Meadow, and if they're not, I will move them so that they are on the property line.
Okay. I'm not trying to be a
No, I know.
trouble, but, because on this drawing, assuming that this dark line, trapezoidal-shaped line, 4 of them are outside the property line, and if you move them, then you're going to be blocking parking spaces.
Probably that will move too.
So just, my concern is that, if you have
I don't know if that's state.
tables
Well,
on
whose
public
property
property, like state
I think
or
that's-
town
Yes.
property?
This is not state property.
No, that's the river.
That's the river.
So he's got a dock, there's a dock there and stuff. I think that's just his
His property-
setback line.
His property goes all the way to the river, doesn't it?
Yeah, the state property is north.
Yeah.
Okay,
Should go to the high water mark.
okay. Well, then, that's a moot point then. Sorry. I was just looking at this rectangle,
hear
assuming that
you.
was the property line. Okay, the next question is, are any of your parking spaces on state property?
All of the parking spaces are located where you could see in front of the rock line. So those are all of our parking spaces. And I don't have much control over if people go and park, where people like to launch their boats or whatnot, but we do have people coming to walk over and get food and take it to go or whatnot. So depends kind of how you view that.
Yeah, parking spaces 8 through 15, are they on state property?
I'm sorry?
Parking spaces 8 through 15, are they on state property?
So that should not be on state property, to my knowledge. So gravel, yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see, I have a few more. What will your hours be?
What will they be?
Yeah.
I would like them to be 11 to 8 p.m. And depending on the weather conditions, we would close due to rain or whatnot, bad weather.
That's 7 nights a week?
Yes.
Okay, good. It's better than what we had. Used to be like 10 o'clock a couple of nights. Now, this is for Kim. Each year you issued, I don't know if it was you personally or your department issued guidelines on,
Correct.
will you be issuing them?
We just had a very brief conversation before the meeting about opening, because we still have to do our inspection, and I believe you were waiting till after this meeting to
Correct,
determine what
yeah.
was going to happen.
Okay.
We did provide Sarah with guidelines as far as what has happened in the past. Obviously, if the commission acts on this, and depending on what the conditions are that you impose, those would
Okay.
be
Yeah,
fed
I-
into those conditions.
I forget what they were, but there was, you stated where the tables could be, and you had a mutual agreement on the hours, and
Correct, but
The
that,
gr-
now,
the,
now they're coming in for something different, so now you're going to impose possibly different conditions.
right, but they will be issued before, okay. Just one more question. When does your season begin and when does it end?
So it usually begins around now. I'm kind of waiting to get everything in order before I open, and it usually ends early October. I kind of let Mother Nature and the weather decide our season, so there's no necessarily start and end date.
Okay, that's roughly what it's been for years.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Robbins?
So I guess some of the confusion here, though, is with the diagram. It's not immediately clear to us where exactly the property boundary is. I'm looking everywhere to see where the indicator is that this is the property boundary. So, staff will just probably want to make sure that everything falls within the property, as previously discussed. So, but just to clarify, based on a previous question, you had 4 full-size tables on that deck before, pre-COVID, right?
Are you talking about the main deck?
The main deck.
So I wasn't there, but to my
Yeah.
understanding, the owner before me, 2 owners before me, did have 4 tables on the main deck.
So, but don't you have tables on the main deck now, or didn't
No,
you
we
last
have
summer?
tables on the gravel deck, so it's like right above the main deck.
Oh, I thought there were tables on the main deck. All right. The other thing too is that on the number count, you gave us a picture here of the tables that you're going to push against the railing.
Yes.
It looks like each table can only seat like 2 people.
So that was kind of like a brief overview. I don't have the exact table, but I did try to get a better measurement. So they would each be not exceeding 65 inches wide and no more than 36 inches tall. So that was kind of just like, so you could picture it.
Yeah, but I mean, but even with that arrangement, you're only going to be able to sit along one side and maybe on the ends, though, right?
Yes, yes.
So that
So they would be like not bar stools, but smaller chairs, I guess you could say.
So what's the expected seating on those 4 tables? It's
I'm sorry?
It's not 6 per table like on
No. It would be 4 per table. So there would be 4 of, like an example of these lined up, and then 4 seats within each table.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud here. It just looks like you're not even going to get 4 the way you have it showing on the thing where with looks like you get 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe you'll get eight people for 4 tables. It almost looks like you're just going to get away with 2, maybe 2 on the end, maybe 10, unless there's space on each side of the table. Then it wouldn't be up against the railing, right?
Yeah.
I'm just an observation and just trying to put the numbers together. So
Yeah.
And based on what you said is, there's tables and there's the reality how many people are actually going to sit there. You have a table with 6 people, but you might have 2 people occupying a 6-person table at any given time, and usually folks don't like to.
Yeah, so
crowd in.
by allowing this, hopefully the 2 people party would choose to sit over here rather than the picnic tables.
So it seems like you had 60 seats pre-COVID, and the increase would be 28 to go to 88. But all right, so I guess I really don't have any other questions. I'm just trying to better understand the issues here. I guess the only question I have is that there is any point where when people enter the property, they have to cross state land to get onto the property?
When they drive in.
When they drive in?
No.
No? Okay. That's it for me.
Commissioner?
How many garbage cans did you have around prior, and how many do you propose to add?
So prior, I had 3 garbage bins, and I was looking to add 2 more, which I would be happy to add more if that's what you believe would be best.
Oh, okay, because it sounded like you wanted to add a lot more trash cans.
Oh, so I wanted to add just 2 more, but if I have to add more, I'd be happy to. So prior, I had 3, and I believe when I explained, I had originally wanted to add 5, but like I said, I could add more.
That's it.
All right, thank you. So do you know the location of where you may put, if there are tables on the deck, on the upper deck?
Do I know the location for
Right,
the
for
gravel
s-
deck?
No, for the
main
for the
deck?
garbage cans.
Oh, for the garbage
So-
cans.
So they don't walk and, litter or whatever.
Yeah, so I most likely would like to put it right near the stairs because I feel like that's where most people exit unless they're jumping off the railings. So it would be easy to just dispose and go on with their day. Same thing with like almost on the borders of where the tables, I guess you could say right next to almost the tables where they begin and end, so that when people are leaving, it's like on their way out, basically. There's no reason to just leave it there.
And I do see the application has been signed by the property owner, so
Correct.
Gregory Plachette, so. Any other questions
I
from?
have one question.
Yep.
And I think I do too.
What is the handicap accessibility to this?
So we don't have any designated like handicap spots, and unfortunately we don't have a ramp. However, I always offer, if I even see someone kind of struggling, I'll be more than happy to go down, take their order, make their food, bring it to them, and my employees do as well. It's not necessarily like a written rule, but it's just like a courtesy that we like to provide.
Where is the closest opportunity for parking, handicap parking? Is it the ferry landing? I was just wondering how we can try to incorporate it into your plan.
The handicap part.
Yeah, whether it's a parking and/or can
So
there
I
be a
would-
ramp, or can there be something so we can,
Yeah. So
make
I
it
would
better.
say when they pull in, probably the closest parking spot to the left. So I believe that's parking spot 8. I would be more than happy to help provide that, because it also just allows us to be more aware and like keep an eye out. We can just look to the left basically and see that, okay, we have a person who's handicapped. Let's, make sure we take more courtesy.
I don't know if this commission would like a ramp. I think it's something we should look at as part of this application. And as with any other business, there's no like, park here and call a number and we'll come out and bring your order to you. Do you have that? You don't have that, right?
No.
All right, just making sure. I have no further questions.
Commissioner?
Okay, this is just a minor question. In years gone by, there was a bright painted mural sign on the concrete wall. But to be honest with you, people from over in Glastonbury saw that, and that some people weren't too happy about that. That was unauthorized, and I don't think it meets our zoning regulations because of the size. You still have that sign? There was like an orange and blue sign that was the name of the restaurant painted on the
No, we don't have
Okay.
that. Sorry, I was.
And yeah, I mean, if you didn't see it, if you don't have it, you
we just
wouldn't-
have our restaurant signs.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, really, there were people over in Glastonbury that
They could see
mentioned
it.
that. Yeah. That's it for me.
Yes.
I just recall asking about a handicap parking space when this came before us at another time, and because of the gravel in the parking area, it was difficult to wheel a wheelchair over. And I know that previous people had always said, well, we'll take their orders but really we should be trying to accommodate them and have a space for a person with needs, special needs, to be able to park safely, to be able to get out in a wheelchair safely, to be able to use a walker safely, to get up to order food safely. We really should be trying to accommodate that. Comment.
I think this is a question for staff, and maybe you may have to talk to engineering, see, what the requirements are for ADA.
ADA requirements are basically reasonable accommodation as well. So that's something that would, whatever that be. Whether it be actually constructing a space, whether it be having a server go out to a vehicle that pulls in and takes an order. So it is one of reasonable accommodation.
Okay.
So I could talk to ADA about figuring out how to accommodate. Okay, ADA.
So that would be part of your program that when you work on the requirements. Okay. Any further questions? Maybe
I have one.
Yes.
Hold on, Joe.
One quick question. Is the 6-foot stockade fence along the street side still there? On the gravel deck?
The 6 foot. There is a fence all the way around the gravel deck.
There is?
Yes.
Okay. It calls
Yep.
it out as a 6-foot stockade fence, so that's still there?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I got.
All right. Yep.
Just a point of clarification. You all have this drawing here with the, some of the recommended changes on it. I know this dark line going across here is a state line that cuts across the food stand going out to the river. Do you see that? The large dark line? And then I see all these parking places out here. Is that on state property?
That was the question I asked, and the answer was no.
There are actually no spaces that are marked out there. So I know there are no spaces marked out on the property.
Right,
so you
but
know.
these all, it
And
indicates
those-
a desire to park out, let's
Yeah.
see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 cars out on state property. Is that,
There have been parking on that property in that configuration since I worked for the town.
yes or no? They can park there, or it's state property?
It may be state property, I'm not aware. I know that.
You're not aware that that's state
I know
property?
the ramp is state property, and there is a property line somewhere in there for the state. I'm aware of that. And there's been parking in that configuration
Right.
since I've.
Just out of curiosity, if that is state parking,
But
a state.
That
area-
hasn't changed since I've been here. There've been parking there for prior permittees and when Nick Tornio and John Casarino had a.
Go back a long way.
Well, I go back a long way too, as do you. So.
So my contention is these cars cannot park on state property unless they have all of the permits necessary. So what you see on the map right here is not a given. They have to have permission from the state in order to park cars there. The other point of contention that I would like to mention, and one of the great reasons why I was so amicable about the seating arrangement is if you look at the lower part of the drawing, it looks like there are cars being able to park right up to my property line. You'll see there 4, 3, 2, 1. And the owner has created a buffer in there with some arborvitae, and that whole right area there beyond the arborvitae is for his use and tenant's use. It's not an area for parking. And so somebody had the question earlier, where are you going to park all these cars for 88 seats? I'm not sure I'm seeing it here, but I know that there should not be parking close to my residence, which was a free area designed by, I believe, the owner. By putting up the arborvitae, he has a deck in there, and he wants that space to be open. And that's the way it's run the last couple of years. Nobody's parked there. Nobody's put tables there. And so that could be a problem. That would eliminate another three parking spots. So if you eliminate all the parking spots in the state parking area, the state land, unless the state says okay, and you eliminate the 3 parking areas where it's a private area, you've got a parking problem.
So it's my understanding, I mean, as we have discussed this, that parking has been there for ages. Has this been grandfathered because of the permits and approvals that has been given all these years?
Yeah, we'll investigate the state
Yeah.
issue.
I don't think-
The use itself, being an outdoor dining establishment, we've already had these discussions for past applications that have either been approved or not approved in the past. With respect to people parking at Ferry Park, I've discussed with this applicant as far as people can certainly park at Ferry Park. It's a public parking
parking,
area. They can park there, they can walk over, get food, and go back to their cars. But we're not going to have wait staff from this establishment walk over to Ferry Park and take orders. That's not appropriate. We've had problems with past permittees concerning that type of activity, and Sarah has, as an applicant, has agreed that that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Thank you. The only other thing I would like to tell you is that in 2 meetings with Russell Pelletier, who seems to be an advisor of some sorts to Sarah and her operation there, during the COVID years, he said there was no seats on the deck. And said he didn't want seats on the deck for facility of movement between the servers, so they could get down there, down to the lower tier to service customers. So I think it's a mistake to put 18 seats, 16 seats right up there on the deck. It's going to make for a very congested area. I would recommend not doing that. Staying with the 10 tables and see how it goes. If it's not working, you can certainly come back and change things.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They're starting to push it. They're starting to take advantage.
Oh, yeah.
At Chickarello, 40 Riverview Road. I live in the neighborhood. Jim Zagorba lives in the neighborhood. I've been walking by that place since 1995, since I moved into town. There have been lots of changes to that place, none of which I would guess have gone through you. I've seen the parking lot that exists now right along the roadway of the ferry. Now you have those concrete, whatever they are, blocks where you can drive right into those. Was there a permit for those? That's state land. You could look on the GIS and you could see the line, as I said before, that goes straight to the river, that is state land. The train depot was denied a state lease for parking. It's a separate issue. I understand that.
Yep.
But we should follow regulations. We have to ask the question, even if it was there for 20 years, it doesn't matter.
So, yes, staff is going to look into the DOT matter and report back and see how these things are laid out. So that will be addressed. Thank you. Anyone else? Can I have a motion, please?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Can I have, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 2B.
Zone change application, Brook Street, Rocky Hill LLC, James Cassidy, PE, agent, proposing to change the zoning from Office Park to Business Park 2 for properties located at 553, 565, 595 Brook Street, ID 17-005, 17-004, and 16-278, respectively.
1 second, while I can hook into your video system.
They're hooking into this.
No, how about the public?
Oh, they lowered the screen.
You need the screen, right?
Yeah, I'm going to need the screen. Yep.
Oh, you heard? Okay. Now, yeah.
He's got microphones.
On the high side.
I think my 9 o'clock is not going to work.
Is there a second side to it, or you know you have the computers?
We have it here.
Yeah, we have it.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Jim Cassidy, professional engineer and principal with the firm of LLC Pearson and Cassidy. I'm here tonight representing Brook Street Rocky Hill LLC for the proposed zone change of a property they own located at 553, 565, and 595 Brook Street. I'll start by saying we were before you last April of 2022, at which point this applicant was actually making requests for an amendment to the zoning regulations to expand some of the uses within the OP zone, the office park zone, which this particular property is in. Rightfully so, the commission denied that application in that we really didn't have a good explanation of what other properties it could affect. So I respect the opinion and the decision of the commission. It was a good move. We are here before you this evening is at this point we would like to develop this piece of property. At this point, Brook Street Rocky Hill LLC owns the property. We've been going over several different development potentials for this property, but unfortunately, under your current zone of OP, the property is limited in its uses, and I'll go over allowed uses by special permit and site plan application later in the presentation. So we are proposing to have a zone change of this piece to BP, Business Park 2, which is the exact same zone as presently across the street. We have submitted a full site plan application that would be contingent upon the zone change approval. The purpose for doing that is to show you that we have a development that we really like to go forward with, but for the uses that are potentially going to be going into here, they just don't work in the OP zone. There's no uses in the OP zone that are coming to us requesting to rent space. So hopefully later on in the meeting I can present that site plan application, but I know the zone change itself must stand on its own merits of the property. So the property we're requesting a zone change for. This is an aerial view outlined in yellow. Brook Street is to the bottom or to the south. The property is outlined in yellow again. It's a total of 3.37 acres. Again, it consists of 3 properties on the far left-hand side of the property. That is 595 Brook Street. The center portion would be 565. That's where you presently see the tree farm that's been kind of let go over the years. And then there's the additional piece of property at 553, which is the far right or east-hand side, which contains an existing residential house. All the property, again, is zone OP. The area to the back, where you see the teal-colored shading, is a wetlands associated with Dividend Brooks. We have a wetlands corridor, significant wetlands corridor along the northerly end of the property. It is bounded on the west or to the left by a 100-foot wide Helco right-of-way. You may notice the power lines that are actually running in there, and they actually go back to the corporate park. That's to the north of this site. And then just to the west of that is the Altera apartment complex. To the east or to the right is a former Student Loan Foundation building or former CREC facility, which is presently vacant and for rent. And then across the street is the Burris, or renamed BJ's Distribution Facility. We have submitted, as part of our application, a zone change map. This is a zone change map that was part of the package of the site plan that was submitted. So everything that's shown in pink is presently zoned OP. The area shown in gray is the parcel we're seeking a zone change onto a BP2 zone, and the area on the lower section or to the south of Brook Street is presently zoned BP2, Business Park 2 zone land. To help me with the presentation and come up with an argument, or I wouldn't say an argument, but for a reasoning for a zone change on this property, I've requested Sal Petrella to give me some assistance in coming up with a presentation. So I'm going to have Sal get up, and he's going to go through his presentation. Then I'll get up back afterwards and could talk a little bit about uses. Sal? Next screen.
Disappear.
Good evening. As Jim noted, my name is Sal Petrell. I'm here to assist him tonight in this presentation. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. When I first looked at the office park, I thought the office park was just the portion of property that went in off of Henkel Way and ended up over by the hotel. I didn't realize on initial drive-by that the office park extended along Brook Street. For the average observer, it seems as though they're two separate parcels. One has a traditional office park setup. The other one has a number of dissimilar uses that don't lend themselves to a homogeneous type of a park. If you actually look at the that map that Jim just put up, the 500-foot abutter list, it affects a majority of the office park that is not developed in a traditional office park manner. It's developed with other uses. You've got the Firematic Corporation, you've got a funeral home, which is allowed in that zone, and you've got other uses which just the average person driving by would not associate. So I started writing up a list of what I thought was an appropriate presentation tonight. After I got the 7 written pages, they told me you got to trim this back, otherwise everybody's going to fall asleep by the time you're done. So I'm going to try to keep it, but I really do want to put enough information on the record to convince this commission that it's appropriate to change this zone, this parcel, to the zone we're requesting, the Business Park 2 zone. The current uses, I started out at the end of Brook Street, and a lot of some of these things don't pertain to the actual contiguous area, but there's a brand new contractor's plaza at the end of Brook Street that seems to be doing very well. There's a traditional I-91 tech center, which is what you consider almost like an office park, that does not seem to be doing too well. It seems like it's run into some hard times. The areas between 712 and 716 Brook Street are the Winbrook Business Park. I think that is probably very similar to something that this client would want to develop. And I think that's really one of the nicest developments in that section. It seems to have been done very well from the street. You don't realize the extent of it. And I think it's a very attractive use of that parcel. The Connecticut Lottery is at 777. That does not appear to be at full operation. The Firematic Company seems to be operating fine, along with Altera, the apartment complex. Across the street, you got the state of Connecticut Department of Transportation Maintenance Facility at 650 to 670 Brook Street. At 525, is the Academy of Aerospace Engineering, which is vacant. 511 is the funeral home, and at 460 is Gardner's Nurseries. See, as you can see, just from that short list, there's a very diverse use of this section of Brook Street. Again, not your traditional office park. As you go down through the office park, you find a number of properties that are for sale, vacant properties. 110 Helka Way, 125. There's 4.6 acres for sale. 125 has 6 acres. 250 has 6 acres, empty lot. 220 Capitol Boulevard, 22.1 acres, empty lot. Some of the buildings there have vacancy signs on them. Partially for lease, 175 Capitol Boulevard, 55 Capitol Boulevard. I mean, these are really signature buildings as part of this office park. And what it tells you is that the market for large-scale office buildings and office parks have fallen upon hard times. You don't need me here to tell you that. COVID-19 has essentially destroyed that concept of the large office. Whether it's going to come back in the future or not, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I do know that a lot of CEOs are trying to get people back to their big office spaces, and people who do not want to go back. They found out that working from home was more enjoyable than driving to Hartford or New Haven to go to an office park. So whether there's a market that's going to come back in the future, I think to leave the office park the way it is, you take a gamble, and I think the gamble's worth keeping it in your traditional park. As far as the Brook Street property, I really can't foresee an entrepreneur coming to Rocky Hill and building a nice office building on this particular property when there's all these adjacent uses that don't hold the value for his property or her property. You're going to put money into a piece of land where you want the adjacent parcels to hold the value. And I don't think that's the case here. I think the person the client we're representing, who's going into a different type of use, probably can rest assured that the development around that parcel will maintain the value. When other businesses go out, something else will come in that will keep that value. The other problem with office parks, and again, I don't want to denigrate your office park because I'm not here to shoot myself in the foot, is you've got competition. You've got competition from Cromwell, you've got competition from Berlin, Middletown. Everybody.
Can I don't want to
Yep.
interject, but if we can focus on this and like, on your project, your proposal, why you want it and all that, I think that
Okay.
would be helpful, sir.
I appreciate that,
Yep.
but I just want to put on the record why, if you change it,
Yep.
that there's a valid reason for changing it,
Yep.
okay? So if you go to the business park alternative, the town of Rocky Hill has developed the Brook Street in a pretty good manner. The businesses are actually functioning, the ones that would be good in a business park as opposed to an office park. Your regulations and your plan of conservation and development also encourage the development of Brook Street in terms of business. So one of the things that, again, I want to put on the record is that some people may complain that if you change a zone, you're going to be doing spot zoning. We hear that every time a zone change is applied for. In this case, there's so many uses along Brook Street that would fit in with the proposal for flex-use buildings that you'd actually be doing something that would be the opposite of spot zoning. You'd be taking something out of an office park and putting it into a business park where it's more apt to fit. In addition, the question is whether this changes the character of the neighborhood. It does not. If you get the site plan, which again, we're not focusing just on a site plan tonight, but if you do some flex-use buildings, it will actually not change the character of the neighborhood at all along Brook Street. It'll fit right in with a pattern of development along Brook Street. The other thing that people normally bring up when we talk about a change of zone is whether there's going to be increase in traffic and traffic congestion. We hear that at every meeting. And this building, these types of buildings in the business park zone generate less traffic than those buildings that are in traditional office park zone. There's less traffic in the morning and at night, which is a traditional high volume traffic for office park, and there's less parking spaces that are required. Now, as far as the actual use of this property, I think Jim will go over the list of items that, or types of uses that you can use here. But I want to hit two other things, and then I'll sit down. One is the Ames office park, or the Ames building on Main Street. That thing sat there for a whole bunch of years.
Please, yeah, let's focus on this. We know the history of Ames, so I again, please focus on the application.
Yep.
We don't want any examples around town, so please.
Okay. I was only going to say that this commission did a good job in actually changing a zone. And the other thing I'd like to point out is, as far as one large building in an office park versus 3 or 4 buildings in a business park on the same size lot, is if one of those buildings goes out in a business park, you still have several others generating tax income for the town of Rocky Hill. So you really need to think about the appropriate use of the land and whether you're going to get someone to develop this parcel if you don't change it. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jim, do you have anything to say, or you want to?
You got to submit this, Jim. You got to submit this.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through the rest of the slides, and ultimately I want to get to the zoning table just so we can see what we're actually talking about and why the necessity to change the zone to allow for orderly development in this area. Quickly just go through them. Your zone change map, this is just a blow up of the area that we're talking about. So the area highlighted in pink is the area we're looking for the zone change. This is the table. This is actually extracted from your zoning regulations. And this is where, you know, again, we have a developer who's willing to make a substantial development or investment into the town to develop this property, which we could talk a little bit later about the site plan. But the first column is obviously your different uses. Second column is what is the requirement under an OP. So whether it's a SP special permit or whether it's a SPA, which is a site plan application. These are how we get your uses in. So I'm not going to ramble through all these, but the areas that we come up with a problem is when you take a look at the OP, for hospitality uses, you can have restaurants. We're obviously not going to get a restaurant on Brook Street. You can do hotels. I know all the hotels I've done have basically dried up with COVID, so that's not going to happen. Those uses are allowed both in the BP and the OP, so it's no real change. Research and development offices, those are all site plan approval uses. They're still both allowed. I wish we can get a large office in here, but as Sal was trying to represent, if you go through the office park zone, there's a lot of vacant space for larger buildings. So I realistically don't foresee offices or even possibly research and development happening on this piece of property when you have all this existing vacant office space. What we are getting a lot of inquiries for is manufacturing. We are getting inquiries for basically wholesale distribution, warehousing and distribution, and those type of companies. What could that be? For instance, I recently have a site plan approved for a medical contractor down in Wallingford. They basically take in, repair, and distribute medical equipment, monitors, heart monitors, things you would see in the hospital. A good use for the property. It could be anything. We have another one that's a small distribution facility for HVAC equipment. HVAC contractor has to come in and pick up, a compressor or something like that. We need some warehouse place to store it, or it could be some type of a contractor that would be able to come in and be able to purchase, or a contractor that wants to open a shop and keep his product there, and place to store his vehicles. So the uses that are presently not permitted in the OP are manufacturing, assembly, then warehousing and distribution of manufactured goods and assemblies assembled on the premise. So that, again, that would be the medical contractor or medical distribution facility that we got down in Wallingford. General warehousing and distribution, licensed medical marijuana producer, licensed marijuana dispensary, warehouse, commercial, obviously marina and breweries are probably not going to happen, although in a similar development on Route 3, there is the brewery that's in there. So it is a potential. Interesting enough that if you take a look, and I think what we were trying to represent, but if you take a look at existing uses along Brook Street, you do have uses such as Firematic that presently would not be permitted to be in there, be in the OP zone if they were to come in with an application today. So they're actually an existing non-conforming use. It would be nice to rezone that whole section of Brook Street and have a uniform zone on Brook Street, but we can't, as a single applicant with a single piece of property, propose that. But ultimately, what we'd like to do is to build a facility. You'll see in a site plan application for 120,000 square feet. I have it labeled right now as warehouse distribution. Ultimately, what we're seeking for is a site plan, and I prefer to call it flex space right now, in that if you take a look at all the site plan uses I have listed in red on this chart, they're all special permits. Every one of them will need to come back to you for a special permit application. And at that point, we can get into the traffic that's generated, what they're doing, the noise, the odors, all the special permit criteria that we need to comply with. All we're looking for is a mechanism to go forward and develop a site plan, have a site plan, or ultimately build buildings that we can actually rent out or offer to prospective tenants. Right now, we have nothing. We have a vacant piece of property, and we have all we have are these little small users that are coming to us, and we can't build a little 10,000 square foot building on that property for one tenant. We need to build a larger development and work with multiple tenants. The ultimate goal by doing this is to be able to do something similar to the Windberg Plaza. As Sal had mentioned, I think that's an attractive development. It's worked good. You have good, clean tenants in there. And I think what Sal was also trying to represent is rather than having that large office building and it goes vacant and there's nobody in it, at least if you have smaller buildings and smaller units, if a tenant has to leave, you can always infill it, but you always have at least partial occupancy of the overall development, which would be good to keep a viable development going there. Sal had also, I'm not going to go through this again, but this is something we presented to you last time. The stars just represent, green is buildings that have office space released. Red are properties that are presently vacant and can be developed. So there is a large portion of the corporate park that is presently underutilized. And again, I represented last time, I've been actually working in Rocky Hill, believe it or not, for 35 years at this point. And there has been much change other than Hinkle, Channel 3, then the chiropractic center, but the orthopedic center in that 35 years to this office park. It's a beautiful office park, but unfortunately there has not been a lot of change to that area. The other thing that Sal mentioned, and we can't really take into consideration, and because we don't have a specific use, is traffic generation. Usually everyone's going to kid up and they're going to say, by changing the zone of this property, you're going to significantly increase traffic along Brook Street. The reality is it's zoned OP zone right now. The reality is, as it stands right now, I can put approximately 120,000 square feet of office space in a multi-story structure on this property. 120,000 square foot building would require a minimum of 480 parking spaces. You'll see on the site plan that we submitted, we only have 187 because of the use. We actually went through the ITE trip generation manual, and just, again, as a comparison, we don't have a specific application, so we didn't do a traffic study. We would bring a traffic study to you as we come in with special permits, and they actually, we know what the uses are. We could tell you what the traffic is going to be. But in comparison, if I look at the uses that we are talking about, so again, your warehousing, your distribution facilities, small distribution facilities, I'll know, and then maybe a small contractor or something like that, those uses for 120,000 square feet of building area can generate anywhere from about 168 trips a day up to a high of about 584 trips a day. The highest would be general light assembly, would be the highest trip generator. If it was the 120,000 square feet of office space, depending upon what type of office, general office, corporate headquarters, office park, research and development, the range in parking for those is about 1,300 cars a day. So it almost triples by going to office space. So again, as we go forward with actual uses, we'd be bringing back an actual traffic study. But I think the argument that by changing the zone, you're going to increase traffic is not a valid argument if you take a look at the trip generation by the ITE manual. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation and hopefully answer any additional questions you may have.
Right, thank you. Anyone in the public who like to address to the commission on this proposal? I think we can roll up the, yep, thanks.
You want the computer still on?
Yeah, if we have to go back and forth, then okay.
Yeah, I'll just leave it off to the side here. Sorry.
Evening, my name is Alita Smith. I live at 106 Brook Street. I've lived there for 37 years. In the past 37 years, our residential area has increased. We have Hawthorne, very nice homes. We have the apartments down at the end. We now have increased traffic from BJ's Warehouse. We also have residents who walk along the street in the evenings, in the daytime. I happen to be one of those people that used to have to drive to Hartford and Bloomfield, but I've been working from home for the past 5 years. I've seen the traffic come up and down our street because of the fact that they now know that I-91 and Route 9, it's a shortcut to come down Brook Street rather than go up West Street. I know we're all going to talk about traffic. Yes, there is an increase. We are a residential neighborhood. BJ's is there. Luckily, I haven't seen as much traffic with regard to tractor trailers coming down. Every once in a while, we get one. More so from the Cisco, because they know it's a cut-through. I really have concerns about the traffic. You can't tell me, even if we change it, that there is going to be an increase of traffic with regard to this. Also, you have a school now that's behind this property. I don't think that was mentioned when I just saw the map. That school, there are blinking lights that are supposed to work during school hours that have not worked for over a year. That's been brought up to a police officer by one of my neighbors. I don't know if the schools mentioned it. During the mornings, I watch all the buses come up and down the street for the residents that live there, as well as for that school. We just had a road repaved this week. I really have concerns about this property. And having warehouses, can't tell me that's not going to increase. If you have a warehouse, you have to have cars, trucks coming in for deliveries, pickups, and going out. I'd like the board to consider that when they are talking about changing this property. You have many buildings that are empty, as he said, down the street. With regard to this, a lot of people do work from home because manufacturers, industry has found during COVID that it was a lot less expensive because they don't have to rent a building, they don't have to pay for the facilities, for the internet, for air conditioning. That all falls on the people who work from home. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address to the commission? Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll go to commissioners.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. I think Jimmy answered most of them that I had, but the first one is, I do remember the application from last year that you touched on. I just want to reiterate that you're just looking for a zone change on this particular parcel. And I know in that past application, I think there was a lot of hesitation because you were going for a text amendment.
Yeah.
So I just want to reiterate that.
Yeah, so again, it's limited to the 3 parcels that we identified on the map. And as I mentioned, I respect the commission's decision not to go forward with the modification to the OP. It was a good decision, I think, in that, there are potential other properties that it could affect. So this is just specific to this piece of property, same zone as across the street.
Okay. The other question I have, kind of speculative, I guess, but your client owns the property currently. And you're trying to fit a certain need, hence the zone change. So
We've looked at a bunch of different options for the property. Be quite honest, we've looked at the big distribution facility, marketed it with an agent, and all we're getting is smaller, distribution, again, contractor type use. There's somebody actually who's talked about a CrossFit place, those type of places, smaller. So when you see the site plan, you're going to see it's broken into 4 smaller buildings that can be also subdivided. Very similar to Winbrook, very similar, I don't name it a plaza, but the one on Route 3 where I think Stonehill Brewery is in, similar to that type of development. A nice, attractive development where you can offer smaller spaces to these different uses.
So depending upon what the commission says, if it were to stay as an office park, is there some type of, since you currently own the property, your applicant owns the property, is there anything that has been kicked around, or is it?
So again, I went through the list. It's basically, it's office, it's advanced research and development, it's a restaurant, it's a hotel, it's a funeral home.
So nothing that
Nothing,
you're.
yeah.
All right, that's.
Nothing that anyone's calling on right now.
That's all I have. Also, thank you.
Answered all my questions.
The only question I have is for staff. Does this go to CROG or anything for approval after, if this is approved? Does this have to go because it's a zone change? Or does it just happen tonight and it's good to go? Does it have to go anywhere else beside this commission to get approved for a zone change?
No, it's tonight. It's tonight or next meeting if you choose to carry it over.
Correct. I have nothing.
Councilor Host,
I've got nothing.
Councilor Robbins?
Again, a question for staff. Is this just a zone change approval, or are we looking at site plan 2 at the same time?
There is, and there is site plan on, the
Yeah,
specific
I have the
site plan
but-
is
yeah.
under agenda items F.
Separate item.
Yeah. This gets voted for.
Oh,
And
okay.
should we vote to not approve that, then that one would just be.
We have to decide what to do from there.
Yeah, this,
That's up to them.
All right.
Yeah, we're not talking about the site plan
No,
at this hearing.
Okay.
at this, at
Then I
this
don't have
public
any
hearing.
additional questions.
I know you had commented all the way down to Gardner's Nursery, and I have been a former resident of Brook Street, so I understand the large trucking, the traffic patterns, and what happens. And I had a nice house there, so I understand that. So I hear you. I know when Sal gave his presentation, Mr. Sal stopped at Gardner's Nursery, but residential housing is all through there, east of
And
that.
I agree, and I'd just like to make a clarification to the lady that came up to speak. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. But it sounded like the property that she was trying to identify was behind the correct facility? I apologize, but I just want to make a clarification on the property that you were referring to. It sounded like the property you were referring to is behind the correct facility?
No,
So this is that's
Brook Street. It's
yeah,
Brook Street.
it's Brook Street, but it's so right. But that's not this property. That's not the property we're asking for a zone change for. Oh, okay. I was a little
Let's
confused.
keep, I like to have conversation here, we can't have, because, yep.
I just wanted to say, I think you were talking about traffic patterns and
Sure.
the busyness nature. We have a school there.
I didn't want to confuse things with
Residential.
traffic patterns right now or traffic generation, again, because we don't know the ultimate use.
Right.
As we come in with uses, we got to come in for a special permit. At that point, if there's going to be deliveries, we could talk about restricting them back to Route 3, so they're
Correct.
not going through the residential neighborhood.
Correct. 'Cause
This is a
Right, this
zone
is zone
change.
change,
Cha- it's a
so
zone
The
change.
site
let's
plan
focus
will
on.
come up later on this.
Yes, because there's four warehouses that you're looking
So
at.
that will come up later when we discuss that item.
Because I think, I just worry about the traffic patterns also, but I understand. And changing the zone also allows it opening for other things that need to be considered.
I completely understand, and again, that's why I tried to follow it immediately up with the site plan application, so you can see what we're really looking at doing here.
That's it.
Yeah, I just have general comment. I think just looking at POCD and what the goals were and things like that. So I think, as you had mentioned, they talk about changing along the Brook Street. So, but I don't have any questions other than that general comment. Anyone else? Any other questions? If not, can I have a motion, please?
motion to close the public hearing.
Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Now I'll get into the regular meeting agenda. Public comment. You need a break? Yeah. Can I have a motion for a 5-minute break?
I'll make,
For a 5-minute recess before the public comment portion of the agenda.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
8:15.
In command.
Can I have a motion to come out of recess?
Motion to come out of recess.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to item 4, public comments. Anybody who would like to address the commission on items not on the agenda?
Ed Ciccarello, 40 Riverview Road. I want to thank Commissioner Moorhurst for bringing forth, excuse me, I have three issues here tonight that I'd like to bring up. And I want to thank Commissioner Moorhurst for bringing forth revisions to the planning and zoning regulations related to
It's on the agenda.
minor, major changes.
It's agenda, please.
I have one paragraph, I have 2 sentences to speak about.
It's on the agenda, please.
Okay, so I won't speak about that. I would ask that the Planning and Zoning Commission consider adding language to their regulations in regards to the town council's role. It is just, in my opinion, unacceptable that the developer can present changes to a project to the town council and not the Planning and Zoning Commission. Number 2, I ask that you honor Commissioner Brescia's request to have a representative from the Foundry update this commission on the changes to their project. I hope the commissioner will make the same request tonight. Number 3, I ask that you revise the minutes of your meeting, the last month. Currently, they read, quote, "A member of the public was upset that a building was supposed to serve as a community space was changed to a clubhouse because he feels that should be considered a major change," end quote. It should say that Ed Ciccarello requested the rules to be suspended so he can make a comment regarding these major changes to the Foundry proposal. The request was denied by the chair. The minutes go on to state that Kim Ritchie explained, quote, "The change was in the minutes presented at a prior town council meeting," end quote. The town council meeting Kim is referring to was at the end of last year, 2022, 5 months ago. Soon after this, the member of the public, me, brought to the attention of this land use agency the many changes that were reported at the town council meeting. I broke it down for you, providing data, changes in parking, building height, footprint, and yes, the community building known as the Maritime Center and an added pool. For 5 months, this member of the public attended every meeting to see how this commission was going to resolve this inequity. In my opinion, you have not resolved the Foundry project minor major change issue. Let's understand what happened. A process mistake was made by not informing this commission about the approved minor changes to the Foundry project. Water under the bridge. We all make mistakes. However, data that disputed the minor change approval was put forth. A potential major change per the regulations was brought to your attention. I don't believe this commission ever had a detailed, oriented discussion about the actual changes to the 4 corners of the application. No maps were presented, no PowerPoint, and most importantly, no developer to question. I will also note that some of the members of this commission even expressed that they thought it was a major change. So now you are considering making changes to the regulations. So this mistake won't happen again. This is worthwhile and I applaud you, but it still does not address the Foundry issue. This commission, not the town council, should know the details of what specific changes have been approved. If you disagree with a minor change approval by the town planner, this commission should be able to hear the data and overrule if warranted. I hope the regulation discussion will not distract you from still pursuing the Foundry project. Please honor Commissioner Brescia's request to bring in the Foundry developer to present to this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address the commission on the items not on the agenda? Seeing none, moving on to item 5A. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda. I throw out with the conditions set forth in public comment. for discussion.
I'll second that for discussion, yes.
I throw it out to the commission. How do we go about, or to staff, how do we go about changing minutes that reflect public comment in our last?
It's on the consent agenda, so I would remove it, make a motion to remove the minutes from the consent agenda so you can discuss them.
I'll remove my second.
I'll remove my motion and motion to take it off take minutes off the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
So do we need a motion to discuss it now, or do we just discuss it?
Yeah, we'll discuss it.
All right.
The motion's out there, yeah.
And I believe Mr. Ed Ciccarello was referring to page 11.
Yeah, he's not there.
Yes.
He
Oh,
left.
he's left, okay. It states on page 11, the paragraph right before any other business.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I know that's what he was referring to.
I'm thinking, since it was just given to us, that maybe.
My concern that it wasn't on microphone and that it is inaudible to the public.
Yeah.
It was said from the back of the room. I was privy to it. I'm okay with it, but my concern is that the public didn't hear it because it wasn't on microphone.
Okay. I would suggest that we table this and we go back and listen to see if it was. Did you listen to the
No,
video?
no.
Okay. Because I didn't think that, he spoke so loudly, I assumed everybody heard it. So I would suggest we table this, listen to the video, and come back and discuss it at the next meeting.
I'm okay with that, but
So
there's
that
no
we can-
motion, so we don't table it. We just,
Yeah, we just.
Okay.
yeah, I'm okay with that.
So we'll just withdraw the motion.
Yep.
then. Okay. Just so we get it all right.
So no action.
All right, moving on to item 6A.
Site plan application, Cisco Connecticut LLC, proposing an access driveway connected to County Line Drive in Cromwell, a guard shack and truck parking area for property located at 1355 Cromwell Avenue and 100 Inwood Road, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, in a BP Business Park 2 zoning district ID 20-009, withdrawn by applicant.
What to do?
Staff, any comments? This is
No,
just
we
withdrawn.
haven't, the application also has to go to the Cromwell Planning and Zoning, and that's why the reason for the withdrawal.
All right,
Agenda item B, site plan application, Ace Hardware, 43 Corp., proposing an outdoor display area for property located at 945 Cromwell Avenue, Rocky Hill, Connecticut, in a C Commercial Zoning District ID 16-262.
Jen Carter, 5 Proud Street, Portland. I'm just here to answer any questions you guys have.
Yes, you have to present.
do you want to present anything, or
I-
that's,
All we have are pallets of like potting soil and mulch. We use 2 parking spaces in the parking lot. I was just told to be here. I don't know.
If I could just add to this, we did, once again, governor's executive orders with respect to outdoor retail and outdoor dining, this is applicable there. We had a request under executive orders with Ace Hardware, and it was a zoning permit process at the time, that they utilized 2 parking spaces across from Ace Hardware.
The
They're
entrance
not-
of the store,
they-
yeah.
Yeah, they are not in a handicap space, and they are looking to put in mulch. And one of my questions was the actual product. What was the actual product being?
Mulch and bags of potting mixes.
Yeah, we didn't want fertilizer or anything.
Nope, no fertilizer, mulch, potting mix, and ground soil, topsoil.
Okay. So there is an application that you did receive. It should be in your packet. I thought there was a plan in there, too. Let's see it.
We have it. This is from last month.
Yeah. it's from
See,
last
I didn't
time.
see it in the packet.
It's from last time.
Okay. But that's what it's for. Like the, yeah, so
All
it's
right.
because
Thank
of
you.
the executive orders.
Any, Commissioner, you had any questions?
We need to have a motion first for discussion, because this is an agenda.
Well, we have to
We-
ask questions of the applicant.
Right, thank you.
Oh,
If there
okay,
are
I
any-
got you, I'm sorry.
And then we can discuss after a motion.
I thought,
There is a letter, we do have an email of permission from the property owner. It's Maksud Sheikh is the property owner, and he did send an email granting permission to do that.
All right, thank you. Commissioner?
I have a couple questions. Besides the property owner, do the adjacent tenants have any issues with taking the parking spaces and having this material in the parking lot?
They have never said anything to any of us.
Okay. Is the stockpile in the rear side of the building, is that additional material? That
Yeah, in the back of the store, there is just, more there today because the truck came in. There's usually only an extra pallet of the mulches and the topsoil, just so when they sell out from the front, we can bring them up to the front. But most of our overstock stays at the Middletown store in their yard.
Now, are you exceeding your floor space to keep it inside?
Yeah.
So
There's-
I drove by to take a look, and I was a little concerned that there was additional storage on the sidewalk.
the lime and firewood.
As well as the propane tanks and a concrete barricade?
Propane tanks, that's for the propane exchange. Those have been there
A long time.
forever. I'm not sure how long. I've been there for 5 years. They've been there.
Well, they're actually blocking a space, the door for one of the spaces.
That door that they're blocking is a door into our store that we don't use.
Okay. It also is blocking the sidewalk for any handicap accessibility to get down the sidewalk, because the ramp is in front of your store.
There should be enough space to get by.
I know in the past, and I don't know what it's like this year, but in the past, there have been requests through the building department to actually measure to see if you do have adequate access for a wheelchair and blocking ramps, because there had been issues with that entire plaza with accessible ramps and blocking them, whether it be with planters or materials for sale.
Yeah, like I said, I just drove by it, I noticed it, so I actually took a picture if you want to see it. With that said, I guess my concern is if you're exceeding your interior floor space, is there going to be excessive stuff put outside?
Nope, it's just the mulches and the potting soils for the spring, summer, and then in the winter, those aren't there.
Okay, thank you.
Concerning storage at the rear of the building, there should not be storage in behind the building.
Okay.
Why is that?
There was no outdoor storage approved in that location.
Okay.
We've had problems in the past with several of the businesses in back. That is a fire lane on the paved area, but to approved outdoor storage, you would actually have to come back to planning and zoning.
So I don't know if this is a question to the applicant or to staff. The actual verbiage that we're talking about tonight is an outdoor display area, but yet we're talking about storage of pallets, palletized stuff. A display area means that this is what I sell versus a storage area where should we be talking about outdoor storage area or an outdoor display area? 'Cause-
This is in fact a display area.
Well, it's
From
in
what I
it's in
was
the parking
told.
lot, so
Yep.
I'm told I'm hearing that it's storage. And we see that it's storage.
It is in the parking area, someone can go into the store and be waited on outside. Someone can take them out and get the bags of mulch or what have you. So this is actually a sale area.
So they're expanding their store space to outside.
Yes, which they did, once again, this is a leftover from COVID, once again.
Yeah.
And that's what they're,
But that's over now, so now we have.
correct.
Yeah.
This is like Walmart has done the same thing, but they
Right.
did come into this commission to get permission.
Okay.
Walmart did, so, and that's what they're looking to do here.
And you say that, you just described that this storage is, or this display area is seasonal? Or is it, I mean, it's going to go all year round for like potting soil in the spring, and then is it salt for the winter? Is
No,
it-
it's only for
So
seasonal.
it's a seasonal thing?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner
I have no questions.
Robbins?
I'm familiar with it. Seasonal, 2 spaces. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Brescia?
So those parking spaces that you're using, that's in addition to the stuff on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay.
The stuff in
And
front of our store.
does that impede with the handicap parking space that's
It does
right
not.
there? No? Okay.
Yeah, staff's concern was basically that it not be we don't want the chemicals out in the parking area, the potting soils, the mulches, that would be fine. Because we don't, juxtaposition of cars and a bag of potting soil versus a car and chemicals. We don't want the chemicals to be exposed in the parking area.
So,
Say that again? I missed
We
that.
don't want any chemicals out there. The potting mix, the potting soil is fine, the mulch is fine, but
Okay.
we don't want
And
fertilizers.
who said that, staff, or is it?
We say
Okay.
that,
Yeah.
yeah.
so what happened pre-COVID?
We had fewer bags of mulch and everything. I'm not sure how many years they've been putting it out there. But Matt Saunders used to own the plaza, and he gave us the same permission. I really don't know.
Okay, so
I don't remember it out in the parking area.
it expanded.
It was
Yeah,
on
I
the
don't
sidewalk.
remember.
It was on the
It's on
sidewalk.
the sidewalk.
Yeah, it was on the sidewalk, but I don't remember it out on the parking area.
Parking spaces, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any other questions, other than we'll discuss at the motion.
Because we had, under executive orders, we have an actual form and a sketch plan and in a binder of all the outdoor dining and outdoor retail under COVID, under the executive orders. We have that binder in the office.
Okay. Can I have any further questions? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
You want to go?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to say a motion to deny site plan application Ace Hardware proposing an outdoor display area for property located at 945 Cromwell Avenue.
You second
Yep.
first.
Second.
I'll second for discussion.
I think there's a big difference between a display area and a storage area. And Walmart has come to this commission as a precedent, and we've told them, no, 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 figure it out in your space. And my concern is that I think it was okay on the sidewalk, knowing that ADA was in compliance. But as we expand into the parking lot, it just means that I don't want to set a precedent on this property, and now that we're out of COVID, we got to rein these things in. I hate to be the bad guy in this for making this motion, but it's just not described right. It's come here as an outdoor display area, but they're asking for outside storage. Now, would I be amenable to seasonal outside storage? Maybe. But in my opinion, there's a big difference between display and storage area, display area and storage area. And that's why I made the motion to deny.
Do you want to, as a
Yeah,
second?
I seconded it for discussion. I personally don't see a problem with it. It's very small, the area. It's been there for almost as long as that store has been there, which is what, 7, 8 years or
So
something?
we just said it hasn't.
It
has-
started in
It hasn't.
COVID.
It was COVID, after COVID.
started during COVID, and now they're asking for,
Yeah.
Oh, I just.
Oh, I thought that was an I don't know answer.
oh, no, it was, staff confirmed that it
We,
started at
we
COVID.
received an application under the outdoor retail and outdoor dining executive orders under Governor Lamont.
Okay.
We received the application for 2 spaces and it was for display, where you could go up and you go into the store. I'm not sure of the system that Ace has.
I do.
But, oh, okay. But I know that people can purchase potting mix or mulch and go out to these 2 spaces and take it and leave.
So you're displaying it in the
That's
store, but you're storing it outside. That's why I'm.
No, I
why
don't
I'm-
know. It's displayed out there as
That's why I'm saying
well.
what I'm saying.
It's
We're not
just-
approving,
Right.
The items that are outside are not displayed in the store. That is the display.
Those are for sale outside. I don't know if they're stored outside, but they're, like Walmart, when they came in for the same type of thing, they came with, there were plants and there were bags of mulch and potting soil outside. They were displayed outside and they were kept outside, and you could go and buy them outside. Same thing here.
What we do, we buy our mulch there every year for as long as I could remember. I thought it was there longer than maybe 3 years, but anyway, we go and we see pick out what we want, then we go in the store, pay for it, and thankfully, with my back, somebody comes out and puts it in the car for me. So it is actually, we know that they have it there, which means it's a display if we're going to be looking at it that way.
would
We
you
don't-
say it has to be confined then? Would you say there has to be a perimeter defined to it?
Well,
So right now, it's parking spots. I mean, do those technically parking spots go away, and it is outlined with a fence or something that delineates it as a display area?
Well, I mean, we have a map, we have a sketch.
No, I get that.
So that's where it's going to be if we approve this. So it has to be there. They can't make it any bigger without coming back in, and they can't move it without coming back in. So, I mean, as the term goes, it is what it is. This is what it is, and I don't know.
But why is it what it is? Because of COVID? Or because they did it before? I understand the whole thing, and I understand the rationale. I just don't want to set a precedent.
But isn't one already set with Walmart? Because they're already
But-
come with 5 or 6 spaces now. Their stuff's out.
I don't know about Walmart. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I
it's-
don't go to Walmart.
Yeah, they got 5 or 6 pallets of stuff out,
They've got
taking up
stuff
that
all
many
over the
spaces
place.
now.
I've never seen them come before this commission.
They came
Years
before
ago
this
they did.
commission.
They came for Christmas and storage trailers in the back.
No,
That's what
they came
for, and
before,
we
they
denied
came
it.
before this commission.
they
I
did.
will get that for you for your next meeting.
So
I don't know about that, so that's why, that's.
I also think that it's too close, it's encroaching on the next parking space. If you parked in the next spot, you can't physically open your door, you're hitting the pallets.
I feel like I work for ACE, but we've done that, and we had no problem.
Yeah, I've done it. I've parked next to it. You can open your door.
So the concern that I have is, again, as I said, the question was, what was there pre-COVID? How did you manage it pre-COVID?
We used the spaces pre-COVID.
Yeah, I mean, this is,
We have aerial photography, so we'll go back, because I don't
So-
recall.
because
Get permission? Is there permission granted to use those 2 spaces?
No.
That I don't know.
it was, we know for sure, during COVID, there was an application and it was approved. We don't know.
That I know. That I
Right,
can
that we
tell
know
you.
for sure. Pre-COVID, we don't know.
I
And
don't
if they were
recall you
storing
using the
it, that was
parking area.
stored without permission.
Used it for mulch and
Now-
for multiple years.
I know the sidewalk had been used,
Yep.
but I don't recall the parking area being used.
So the concern is, we have other businesses. If everybody starts, I mean, this is basically expanding your footprint of your business. So, because it's a storage, it's not a display where you have something hanging, you look at it, you go inside and buy it from there. This is, you're buying from storage.
So let me throw this out. Let me throw this out.
If you don't see it in the parking lot, you don't know that they're selling it, so it's a display.
Okay, so let me throw this out. I will withdraw my motion
It is.
if it's delineated. If we delineate it with some type of, like you said, Walmart ropes it off, they have an area, they rope, whatever it is.
Walmart doesn't even rope it off, but we could still delineate
But
it. You could put up a plastic chain around, you know.
Well, I mean,
the
it
old
needs to be
plastic chain.
delineated, but I'm,
We could just make a condition of it. Oh, you.
I mean,
I would
again,
have to withdraw my motion, but
Yeah.
I think the biggest concern that I have is that there's the distinction between display and storage. And yeah, you guys have all made the case for the difference between the two.
again,
I just don't want a precedent saying that all of a sudden now it's going to be, grills, and it's going to be, it's going to be like, it looks like the front of Home Depot, because, I agree with Commissioner Glico, that sidewalk is a mess. And now, you can't walk by without walking on in the fire lane to get back onto the sidewalk without,
and again, I think
You can't get a wheelchair through there. Not with the concrete.
Well, that's another issue.
That's a separate issue.
But it is.
we're
But it's an
discussing,
outside
we're
display.
discussing.
It is.
It's an outside.
It's a
display.
site
Outside
plan.
storage.
It's a site plan, so we're talking about that whole thing.
But this is specific to these 2 parking spaces.
Is it 2 or more?
Display, outdoor.
No, it's a
outdoor.
display.
That's
nine-
everything.
So it is everything
945
displayed.
Cromwell
On
Avenue.
the sidewalk too.
Right, I mean, everything comes in the picture now. Because and again, I think the concern is, if I was the business owner next door, and I have a restaurant and all that, I mean, this storage,
Yeah.
I mean, it's how it looks and all that stuff. I mean, I think it's, what are we doing in Rocky Hill? Are we creating outside storage areas in Rocky Hill? I mean, where will it stop? I mean, it's here. I mean, next time it would be, on Main Street. It would be everywhere. I mean, because so I think the concern here is, what do we want in Rocky Hill? Do we want storage outside where people are expanding their building footprint? Because now that those 2 pallets are moved out, now they can store something else in there.
Well, I could give you 4 or 5 more examples
Yeah,
of
so I think we should,
stores and businesses that do this. I won't mention them by name.
But we should-
There are a lot of, it's all over town.
we should be looking at those.
And
well,
in
that's-
places
should
like
be-
Glastonbury too, I see outside storage. parking lot.
We got
So-
one just up the road from this.
So I think we should look at all those and see what those are.
These people are doing it right.
I still stand by my statement that I would withdraw my motion as long as this commission comes up with a way to delineate the outside storage.
Okay.
And we set a precedent that if we want outside storage, it needs to be delineated rather than just thrown into a parking lot.
Delineated in what manner?
That's for us to decide, or staff to decide in a safe manner.
There has to be a process of identifying what is being stored outside, even though it is delineated. Are we ending at mulch and soil and stuff? What else? There has to be a process. You can't
We have
just,
to make
know,
it clear that it's,
Right.
it's non-hazardous, non-chemical storage.
can't-
It's organics.
Just because
the
it's
soil,
fenced in.
compost, and the rest.
Right.
If you have bulk storage of chemicals outside, you've got the Connecticut state regulations to contend with under the stormwater management rules. If one of those bags of fertilizer breaks open and it rains, guess where that's going? Right down the drain. So there's legally, in the state of Connecticut, you shouldn't be able to store anything outside that's
Without
a
cover.
liquid or dry chemical
Well,
without it having a cover over it.
the application reads no hazmat materials to be
Yeah.
stored.
right. But again, I think, to your point, just because it's covered, what else are we going to allow? Is there a criteria? I mean, is there, because again, we are looking at precedents. He does it, that does it, right across somebody does it. So then everybody can do it. And they can do it whatever, right? I mean, we are not limiting to like soil or this or that. So I think it's a very bad policy.
That's a much bigger issue.
It's a-
This is a site plan application
Yep.
for these 2 parking spaces in front of this store.
I understand.
We're not talking about criteria around town or anything.
But we just use examples of Walmart did it, other stores are doing it, Glastonbury does it, right? I mean, we are using
I didn't-
examples,
Yeah, I mean,
right? So what do we want? Do we want examples, or do we just want to focus on this? And again, there is a lot of storage on the sidewalk.
Yes.
If a handicapped person comes in, that person cannot go through. That's a serious problem. I mean, that's ADA.
That will be checked.
That's
That
ADA.
will be verified.
We have had whoever it is come out and check
Because
it.
I know it was done
I mean,
fairly
it's a complicated proposal that you are putting forth where, okay, it's covered, so it's okay.
I don't know, I think we're.
So, can I ask a question? So does this include the sidewalk or just those two parking spaces?
No, there's just the two parking spaces for the, just
Did it
to
include
throw down the,
sidewalk, outdoor
This was
display?
strictly the two parking spaces.
Okay, so it's not the sidewalk and not the back and not the rear of the building?
No.
So it's just the.
They should not
just
be
the two-
storing they should not be storing anything in the rear of the building.
So just the two park, not the sidewalk, just. the two.
Sidewalk will be looked at as a separate.
That's a separate,
when
okay,
the
yeah.
Staff is going to go out. But again, we are talking
A
about
precedent,
display.
yes.
We're talking about
You know.
these two parking
And
spaces.
this is display,
Period.
it's items, they are items for sale.
Yep. So,
I stand by my statement that I would entertain a withdrawal if someone else would like to put a motion up with a condition that there is a delineation of storage.
By delineation, you're talking about a fence?
I'm talking about you guys decide, we have to
It's
decide what the
delineated.
delineation is.
The application delineates it to those two parking spaces. It's not going to be 3 parking spaces, it's not going to be 5, it's these 2. If they increase it, then they'll come in for with another application to ask for that. That's what, I'm using an example. That's what Walmart did every year for like 4 or 5 years. They said, well, we're going to do this only for this season. Then they came in and said, well, we want to make it permanent. Then they said, we want to double the size. And then they wanted to store other things other than what it originally was. And that's when I was on the commission at the time. That's
Yeah,
when
I don't think I was either. about
Planning and
Walmart,
Zoning
'cause
Commission
I
put
don't
their foot
remember.
down and said, no, you got to stop it.
But
But for what they actually asked
But
for
isn't the
was.
difference that the Walmart was their space and their parking? This is a community parking where multiple businesses are utilizing that space.
The owner of, well, I sound like I'm advocating.
I
Well,
would,
no,
I'd
you're
be more
advocating your
interested in
position.
finding,
Yeah,
I'd
that's
be more
fine.
interested in
But we
finding out if
have,
all the
have an
tenants
email
are in
saying the
agreement.
owner
Well,
of the property is
I'll
okay.
read the owner's email to you for the record. I think that's appropriate. 2 front raw parking spaces across from main entrance. This is regarding Ace Hardware. Ace Hardware will be allowed to temporarily store and sell seasonal bulk merchandise from these 2 spaces. Please make sure handicap parking spaces in this row is not compromised. Maintaining landscaping, including adding stone and mulch in the island according to these spaces, will be your responsibility. Please keep main entrance area clean of leaves, debris, and garbage, etc. Thank you, Maksud Sheikh is the owner of the property.
I mean,
So to his point, where is the handicap space?
Somewhere else.
It's
And-
right,
and-
I think it's right there, I think it's right at.
and
What's
again,
right-
owner
what's
will
right
give any permission. He will come and say, use 4 spots, 5 spots. Why would he care? I think what we have to.
Just telling you that
Right.
we as staff need permission of the owner.
Right.
Any business in any shopping center cannot just put things out. without
Because
the
I
owner
know
permission.
there are a couple of restaurants, and I believe those restaurants are going to come probably for outside seating and all that,
Yeah,
right?
well, that's down.
I know
under-
that's
under-
separate, but how are we going to meet the parking requirements and all that stuff when, businesses are storing, right? It's not a restaurant, it's not a sitting area, they're storing, bags outside. So can I have a motion? Let's, I think we discussed it, let's,
Let's just vote on it.
okay. So, all in favor of motion of
Deny.
denial?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Okay. denied 3-2. Item C,
We're passing,
I
right?
think that's gone. Item D,
Special permit application, Sal Bezdelis proposing to expand the number of tables on site to allow for 88 seats total, including 6 tables along the Connecticut River bank at a seasonal outdoor restaurant use for property located at 277 Meadow Road in a waterfront zoning district ID 10-321.
Sarah, just so you know, the public hearing's been closed, so now it's a matter of the commission to discuss amongst themselves and possibly put forth a motion.
Okay.
So there'll be no input from
So I can
from
sit?
you. Yeah, you can
One
sit.
time I stand.
Yeah, it's okay.
so can I have a
Thank
motion,
you.
please?
Motion to approve the proposed number of tables allowed on site per the application with the following conditions, that the applicant works with staff for ADA compliance, and that report back to this commission for what was decided, that they work with the sanitarian for garbage receptacle placement, that it's on property and not on public property, and that staff investigate and report back to this commission the statements made about parking on state land.
Can I have second?
I'll second. And could you clarify that last thing, any statements about parking on state land?
There was discussion that staff is going to confirm
Okay.
about
Yeah.
what the situation is for for parking on the state, what was delineated on the site plan as state land. And I'd like to make it a condition that staff reports back to this commission about what was actually said. So it's a public thing because it usually comes up every time this application comes
know.
before us.
I think, okay. Can we elaborate on that, saying that, I don't know how to word this, but what, my concern is, they go to the state, they
You want to
find.
second it first and then we can
I
discuss?
did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part, sorry.
I'm sorry. They go to the state says, no, we never gave them permission. Then where do we go from there? Should that be a condition that pending approval by permission by the state? And
But
actually,
how does that
formal.
change the status of the tables? Because people can just park in Ferry Park. How does that change?
It doesn't change the status of the tables, but this,
I mean, the state's there on a daily basis. They're physically there.
Yeah,
but
They've been allowing this since.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the
No
state,
administrators from the state. You got the ferry, I don't know if he's
this
called
has
it,
come up
right?
before, and there is an answer for that parking.
Yeah.
And I just don't remember what it is. But it's come up before, and it's different than the train station because there's more entities, more things going, more variables
Yeah.
up there than it is down here. But if the parking is allowed on that area, fine. If the parking is not allowed, then the applicant has to deal with it, and people have to park in Ferry Park.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a condition that staff needs to tell us how to deal with that parking, but it doesn't change
Right. Yeah,
table.
I thought.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is fine. I just don't want, my concern is that somebody's going to park on state property, they're going to get out of their car, they're going to trip and fall going to a restaurant, and the state's got a liability.
Well, that would be the state issue.
Right.
Wouldn't the state want to
But
know
can
what's
we
happening
ma-
on their property?
Can we approve things that are going to be done on state property?
How has this site plan been approved every time they've come before us when none of that has ever changed? It's been there, that parking has been there.
Correct.
It was testified that parking has been there since the days of Mr. Casarino owning the property.
Well,
So that's why just a simple clarification from the state.
yeah, let's get a clarification, then move on.
And then
from there.
I think we
Something
can
on
take
the
next
state.
step at that time.
Because
Yeah.
a lot of things were, this property has a history. A lot of things were.
She shouldn't be penalized for the history. That's
Right, yeah,
ultimately that's what,
And she's not.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
yeah.
But some of the things that you're questioning, like, is the parking okay, that we were told, and I don't have the documentation or anything, that the parking was not okay, but they said, well, we're going to park there anyway. everything, it wasn't a
Well,
good situation 5, 6 years ago.
But the good thing about that is that the staff will report back to us whether it's a yay or nay, and then,
We'll act.
then we have to deal with it then.
Yeah.
It-
So anyhow,
I think
that's-
what I'm looking for is the trigger mechanism that the staff has to report back to us on that.
Mm-hmm.
But it shouldn't deter her proceeding with her business, what she's asking for, let's put it that way,
Okay, yeah. And
my opinion.
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about, is that, you know, they, even just because something's been done for the last 7 or 8 years, that, well, nothing we can do about it now. So,
No, we're going to-
okay, that's fine. That's all I have to say about that. Like Forrest Gump.
All right, any other discussion? If none, all in favor of motion?
All right,
Aye. Motion passes.
congratulations.
So I think you'll have to work with
Yep.
staff and,
There's a lot. There's a lot.
item E.
Zone change application, Brook Street, Rocky Hill LLC, James Cassidy, professional engineer, agent, proposing to change the zoning from office park to business park 2 for properties located at 553, 565, 595 Brook Street, ID 17-005, 17-004, 16-278 respectively.
I have a motion.
Motion to approve the zone change application.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I just think it aligns with what we're trying to do in our plan of conservation development. That whole section of Brook Street is in our POCD to be BP2, and this is a start.
I seem to be disagreeing with you all night. Sorry.
It's okay.
It's nothing personal. I recall back when we were doing redoing the zoning in town and the zoning regulations, and we did a lot of work on this. I wish I could recall specifically what was said, but the north side was going to be an office park, south side was going to be BP2, and there was discussions back and forth, and Glenn Chalder was here, explained the rationale behind that. It made a lot of sense, and that's what we did. The fact that there are some businesses on the north side of Brook Street that don't comply, but that's because they were there 20, 30 years ago before we actually changed the zoning map and the regulations.
I do agree with you,
I
but
don't-
when we did our POCD, page 62, 63, 64, and 65, basically goes, and 66, goes through that particular part, that entire north section that you're talking about. We said that the goal is to get that BP2 for the reasons that were set on the record. And basically, they just put on the record page 62, 63, 64, 65, and 66. So
And when was that written?
2015.
15.
The zone change.
whenever the POCD,
Before we update it, I mean, that's
Zoning
what we,
regulations
that's
were
what we
changed.
changed, though.
Yeah, we changed that.
Because I
specifically.
remember when we were having the meeting, we were looking and go, wait a minute, look at the uses on this portion, on this
we
side
didn't
of the.
change the POCD.
No, we
No, we
changed
changed the zoning
regulations
regs.
2 years later.
That has what we had before, so this was Business Park before.
Right,
But
this
when we-
is the vision. I'm not talking about what was actually, I'm talking about the vision that we had.
That was vision 2 years before we actually decided specifically what we were going to do. The zoning change was, regulations and map and everything and all the zones was modified in 2017.
Do we have that in front of us?
Yeah, I think that was 2000.
And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize.
No, it was
Oh, I have that
it
map.
was 2017.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's when we determined that, and I don't know the specific discussion, but the objective was to make the north side office park, the south side BP2. And now we're,
Because Jason, you got an apartment complex, and then you've got the funeral home, and then the house that's on the parcel. But, when we were looking at it, based on the uses on the north side of Brook Street versus what was going on the south side of Brook Street, Yeah, I mean, that was what's going on in the discussion back then.
Page 87, if you look at page 87 of the POCD, page 87 is that's the future land use plan. And that's actually the vision. And it does show the north side of Brook Street as BP2, as proposed.
There you go.
So that's a different page
Well, it is.
than
but
you're
but
talking about.
Thank you for reinforcing my point.
But
But
again,
that's future
I
land
think
use.
we-
That's the name of the map.
We went over that years later, and despite the fact that the POCD existed, that's not cast in stone. And we determined at the time that we wanted to have Office Park north of Brook Street, BP2 south of Brook Street. I think you were on the commission then.
Yep.
And
So,
we made a conscious decision to do this, and now we're thinking about changing it based on a document that was created 2 years before the final decision was made on the zoning map.
And 6 years later as well, history and how times have changed and
Yeah,
the
I mean,
development.
There's a lot going
that
on,
area.
but also in the conversation that had was what was allowed in BP1, what was allowed in BP2. We changed that too. So and what's allowed in Office Park. So there were so many different things that went on. The concern I have though is that is now we just have this bump in the map where it's like, oh, this spot, you know. Again, I don't want to call it spot zoning. It's just that if it's good for that property, why isn't it good for the properties
Right.
to the left and the
We were
right?
talking about precedent before. So if we make this BP2, then the people next door may come in next year and say, I want to make it BP2 and put a
What's wrong
totally.
with that, though?
so
Well, what's wrong with that?
I personally think from Hinkle's Way all the way up to Route 3 should be changed.
now, the one
Because
way
Why
of.
would that
one-
be bad if an adjoining property owner came in and said, I want
Do the same thing.
to be conforming and non-conforming? Why would that be bad?
Not necessarily.
Because
be
people in that whole area are non-conforming now, right? Because they're in Office Park, and have uses that are not allowed in Office Park. If they
Not
came
all
be-
of them, but
Right,
some
so
of them.
if they came before us and said, I want to be conforming, why would that be bad?
I don't-
You just said it would be bad what if the next
No,
guy came
we-
and did this? But I mean, why would it be bad? That they
I
get
don't
into
understand.
conforming?
So
Seriously, I'm not being
if the existing business that is
Right.
non-conforming, if they want to conform,
But not all of them are non-conforming. I don't know them from
Yep.
one end of the road to the other, but some are conforming to the OP, I mean,
But they wouldn't come in, but
right. But
I'm just
then-
wondering why is it bad to,
Okay,
I'm just curious.
I mean, there is a huge residential population on the east side, on the east end of Brook Street.
Correct.
And
That'll never change.
I can't recall exactly why, but one of the issues is that if we oversize that business park district to allow industrial, manufacturing, you know, and the like, medical marijuana and so on, that it would be too over. It wouldn't, the homogeny associated with the office park that's right there, it just creates this homogeneous unit that doesn't put as much impact on the existing residential neighborhoods.
So what do you say if they wanted to come in with a 5-story building and put in 400 spots like was testified in the public meeting?
Oh, no,
And it's in-
I agree with that point about if you put office park in there, you're gonna have more traffic. It's just the character.
So-
I mean, it's not the number of routes or the frequency of routes that's gonna change, it's the type of traffic.
let me, so what I'm gonna do is go back to the definition for a regulation. And office park district is to provide an area for large-scale office, research and development, advanced manufacturing, and light industrial uses in areas supported by the transportation infrastructure with site design standards to maintain compatibility with nearby commercial and residential uses. BP2 to provide an area for office, advanced manufacturing, light industrial uses in area where such uses presently exist and can be supported by roadway and utility infrastructure with site design and operational standards that ensure such uses are not environmentally detrimental to surrounding areas. So what we are talking about, I mean, there is
general
a
statements.
similar, you know.
They're similar, but
Right.
those are general statements. But then you go, then beyond that,
Right.
if you go a page or two later,
Yep.
you have the use table
Yes,
that says this is allowed in OP2, this is allowed in BP2, and this is allowed in Office Park.
Right.
And they're different. They're different for a specific reason.
and I agree. I agree. I think what happened is, we had 2015, the POCD, 2017, we made the changes to regulations based on the, you know, conditions, the market conditions at that time. POCD, you know, is a flexible document, and I think what we are trying to do today is discuss and say, based on today's market condition, if we keep this property as it is, how long, you know, will this be vacant? Or be, you know, be used? Are we penalizing the owners and not take advantage of the change in market conditions, right? I mean, we have to be flexible, right? I think what we are saying is, be flexible, look at the market condition, look at what is proposed, right? What is proposed is probably much
Well, that-
lesser.
You mean the site plan? That's
The site
irrelevant.
plan, yeah, I mean, again, I understand.
Shouldn't have given both of us the same night.
And again, I think I understand, we can't discuss that, but what I'm saying is, look at the uses, look at what can go in, and look at what has gone in last 5, 10 years, right? And what is the market? Are we artificially, because of zoning, you know, choking somebody, you know, because.
So what happens 3 years from now when the market changes again? And now you've got these, whatever is being planned, and I won't say what it is.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, everybody, you know, companies are talking about getting back to the office.
We have a nice office park that they can build, and
And it's not if there's a,
there, we have a nice office
other-
park right in the backyard.
There's plenty of space there.
There's plenty of space that they can build in an area where it's
That's-
not,
it's a, okay, well, I expressed my opinion.
So, I mean, again, I think what I'm looking at is, should the zoning board change its, you know, thinking and looking at, and, you know, have a second look at the zoning regulations based on the market conditions? I mean, what, you know, I mean, things are always fluid,
Well, I
right?
mean, that's.
We did that. You wrote the POCD.
And the vision for the town is not purely market conditions. The vision for the town is everything else. You know,
Yes.
what do we want for this town? Do we want a nice, organized plan of development that when we come driving down the road, it seems to make sense that this is that and this is this? You know, again, this is why it's homogeneous on one side and that on the other. And by putting that bump in there, now, what's that do to the existing property owners, you know? You're putting a warehouse next to an apartment complex.
Again, I
flex
think.
use.
And you
We're
get-
told it's flex use.
And I think that's where, right, I mean, that's where the issue would be, like,
Do we,
the wording.
anyhow, I expressed my, another thing to keep in mind also is, well, there was a woman here about traffic. You have an office park, you're going to get 1,200 cars. You have a warehouse, which we don't know is a warehouse yet. We will in a half hour. You're going to have 200 tractor-trailer trucks. Which would you want going through a quasi-residential neighborhood?
Well, we can
And
decide all
again-
that in a site plan application.
And-
We can decide all that in the site plan application.
I made a note about this when we were discussing it before. We've talked about that in the past, and we always say, well, it's a site plan application, and the commission can use its discretion. But the discretion always says, well, they want to do that there, so let's do it. I've seen, and I've seen situations where we've gotten into trouble because we have used our discretion. And, well, we won't get into that. But just the fact that we say the commission can use its discretion doesn't necessarily mean that it can. That's what I'm saying.
It almost makes me wonder, is it better to add something to Office Park than to change BP? Because once you open it up to BP, you're opening it up to a lot of stuff. So, you know, the proposal could come, well, then we would have to sit for a proposal that could be, you know, medical marijuana manufacturing with security fence all the way around it up against an adjacent apartment complex. And that's not a good vision from the sake of the people that are already occupying and paying taxes in this town. So if you're going to open it up to BP, you're opening it up to everything. You're not just opening it up to a warehouse that's in the site plan.
But they can do it across the street.
But yes, they can. They can across the street.
Across the street.
Not
So
adjacent,
the-
not
the-
adjacent.
The 40 feet is going to make the difference?
But it's not the next door neighbor.
It's not that simple.
Got to evolve.
Again, and across the street, there's, well, there's still a lot of vacant land.
There's still opportunity across.
I think, talking about medical marijuana dispensaries and stuff, there was a map made, and that particular, you know, that whole area, OP, was area conforming to current setbacks and things like that for that. So I think, you know,
But we also
it's-
have a school there now. and
Right.
A whole bunch of stuff there.
yeah.
Schools on the
So,
south
so
side.
they had
Still within just.
set out, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those 6 to 1, half dozen the other scenarios.
And I think the other thing to look at it, as we just said, you know, 40 feet here and there. If you look left, you're looking at something. If you look right, you're looking at dispensary,
Yeah, and then.
right? I mean, that's, you know,
You get it 40 feet,
Yeah.
and then you move the 40 feet, and then you go 40 feet further,
Yep.
and then you do something there, and then you go 40 feet further, the next thing you know, you're in Cromwell.
I mean,
The commission has to keep in mind that a zone change isn't for uses. Yes, it opens it up for a myriad of uses, but those uses would have to come back to the commission. So this is strictly a map change. We're not talking about any specific use at this time.
Right, and then we're going to be adding usage.
I'm just letting, yeah.
Right. Yeah, but those uses, then we can't, if we don't, you know, use our discretion, we can't balk at something that's already been approved a half hour earlier.
As a use.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're talking about the apartments. The apartments were approved a number of years ago with totally different zoning, under a different POCD, and that was a settlement from a court case, so that's
there was
the
no
whole,
Yeah.
say, there was no say there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was, any
That's my point.
further discussion? If not, we can, all in favor of the motion. The motion is to approve the zone change.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yep.
I'll say aye.
which, could we have who voted which way?
So
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins said aye.
Yeah, everyone but me.
Okay. Okay.
That's simple. Not picking on you, Victor.
It's okay, I'm good with it. I don't take offense.
Item F.
Site plan application, Brook Street, Rocky Hill LLC, James P. Cassidy, professional engineer, agent, proposing to construct 4 flexible space buildings, approximately 120,000 square feet, for property located at 553, 565, 595 Brook Street, ID 17-005, 17-004, and 16-278, respectively, property of which is subject to a zone change from office park to BP2, business park 2, and a public hearing, item B1.
Before Jim Cassidy begins, I just want to remind the commission of the time, and by law, we have to adjourn, just so you know, on or before 11:59 PM.
Okay.
Okay? Just so you know.
So
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Obviously, in the effort of time, I have a full presentation that I'd like to go through, represent to you with the site plans that are submitted, that we are seeking approval on. That being said, I guess I have a legal question as to, because the zone change was physically just approved, you normally have to put an effective date to it. So I would legally question, can you even act on this application this evening? So before I go through the whole presentation and eat up your time and possibly bump somebody else.
Probably
Well,
not.
that's
Yeah.
why I was asking that
Yep.
whole process back in the public hearing. Like, you can't just do it one, then the next thing you do something else to it. I mean, there has to be some type of,
So in respect to the rest of the applicants that are here tonight, I don't want to eat up valuable time if you can't vote on this tonight anyways. I'm sure I haven't had a chance to talk to my client, but if it's
Yep.
going to have to get continued anyways, then I would like to respect the other applicants that are here before you.
That's really nice.
It would have to be continued.
Yeah, I think we
Continue?
can just continue. And-
But can you act on it tonight? Because you just,
No, we
It
will,
would have to
yeah.
we will continue it
right,
and then act
right. So,
next time.
Again, if my applicant, if my client's watching, I apologize, but again, it is a late hour. I'd love to give you a brief presentation, but maybe I'll wait to the end of the meeting, and you can take the other applicants ahead of me, and if there is time, we can discuss
Yep.
it at that point.
And hopefully, you will address some of the things that, what you heard based on discussion, so I want to make sure that
That's,
it's taken into
I mean,
consideration.
quite honestly, that's why I submitted a site plan, so we
Yep.
can discuss those issues that I knew would come up.
Could you ask the guy to turn that off? It's right
Oh.
in my eye. Seriously.
Well, I
So
think they're
could
going to
you-
need it.
No,
Can
you
you
won't,
move me on the agenda?
Not for them, for the
We'd have
next
to move
applicant.
them on the agenda.
yeah, the next will need it.
Oh, okay.
He wants to move, they want to move.
Just
he
move
wants
me to the end of the
So can you have
agenda.
motion to move?
Motion to move agenda item F to agenda item HIJ.
Right, if there's time at the end, we'll,
A second.
okay?
That was there's a town item on item I, so.
Yep. So we
Wanna
got
go
second.
before?
Where do you want it, staff?
Would you like it
Kim?
before item I? I want to get
Yes.
to
Sure,
item I
right after
also.
H.
F2I.
Okay, I want to get to item I, if we can.
Yep.
You would second it?
I second it.
All in favor of motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wish we had more people thinking like that.
Because I don't know how long items are going to be.
Agenda item G, pre-application, Vessel RE Holdings LLC for review of a possible residential development proposal under Connecticut General Statute 8-30G for property located at 125 Henkel Way in an office park zoning district ID 17-008.
For the, if I may, just for the record, the commission may recall pre-applications by state law are non-binding on the commission. It's also non-binding on what may be a possible applicant or potential applicant. So the commission cannot state that they are in favor or against for obvious reasons, but there should be a good exchange of ideas and constructive criticism. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ricci. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, nice to see you all again. My name is Andrea Gomes. I'm an attorney at Hinckley Allen in Hartford, here tonight on behalf of Vessel RE Holdings LLC and Vessel Technology, Inc. With me tonight are Josh Levy, the Executive Vice President for Vessel, Michael Lloyd, the Managing Director of Site Acquisitions for Vessel, and Seamus Moran, our civil engineer with H&H Engineering Associates. We appreciate the Commission providing us with the opportunity to discuss our preliminary plans for 125 Henkel Way. And Ms. Ricci stole my thunder about the pre-application, so we're really hoping to engage in a productive dialogue with the Commission. The goal for tonight, from our perspective, is to provide the Commission with a high-level overview of our proposed site design, and really the goal is to get some feedback from the Commission and take the opportunity to answer any questions the Commission may have. I'll just let the Commission commission know that we have been in touch with town staff regarding our preliminary plans. I believe Mr. Levy walked the site with a member of town staff. I believe it was David Palmberg, and we've received some preliminary comments from engineering as well. We're going to continue engaging in that dialogue and getting staff commentary as we move forward to hopefully filing an application. So with that, I'm going to dive right in. There we go. So the subject property, as I mentioned, is at 125 Hankel Way. It's about 5.87 acres located where this red marker is on the screen. It's located just north of the Hankel Way, Brook Street intersection, and it is located in apparently the zone of the night, the OP zoning district. There are a variety of uses near the site, including the Orthopedic Associates of Hartford Surgical Center to the north, Brooklawn Funeral Home to the south. As the commission knows and was discussing tonight, Altera Rocky Hill Apartments are to the west, and we have a larger single-family residential community to the east. So the site is transitional in nature and contains a number of uses, as I mentioned. The site itself is unimproved and mostly wooded, as I'm sure the commission can see here better on this more zoomed-in aerial that we've provided on slide 3. So the current development plan, and I have here on the screen our conceptual site plan, is the development of a multifamily community consisting of 96 rental apartments in 2 buildings that is broken down into 90 one-bedroom units and 6 two-bedroom units. Site improvements, of course, I'm not trying to steal Mr. Moran's thunder, but site improvements will also include improvements to stormwater, landscaping, and the like. Again, Mr. Moran will go into a little bit more detail on the conceptual site plan in just a moment, but I did want to highlight a few specific elements for the commission before I turn it over. In short, we'd like the commission to know that we took into account in developing this site design some of the comments and questions that the commission expressed in Vessel's prior application. So that application has absolutely nothing to do with Hankel Way, other than the fact that we heard where the commission's thoughts were going and some of the commission's concerns, and what you see here tonight has incorporated some of that feedback. A couple of those things specifically include parking. So for our 96 units, we have 115 parking spaces, both at the front of the site and at the rear. We also, and of course, as the commission knows, we have the state minimum set under the 2021 legislation. We exceed that by 13 spots. We also, the state maximum. We also have 2 it's hard to see on the screen, but these areas where my mouse is toggling are striped loading and unloading spaces. So you'll have an area where moving vehicles or moving trucks, delivery vehicles, the USPS, et cetera, has a place to pull up, temporarily stop, and then go on its way. We will, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you were interested in this, we will be providing some outdoor amenity spaces, details to be determined, but that is certainly part of our plan here so that residents and their residents will have some outdoor space that they can enjoy. And lastly, we have designed the site to be fully accessible to emergency vehicles internal to the site, meaning that, and again, Mr. Moran will touch on this, meaning that emergency vehicles can circulate completely within the site. So those are just the highlights of what we've incorporated from the Commission's prior concerns. With respect to the buildings themselves, as with all Vessel buildings, these buildings will be fully code compliant, exceptionally energy efficient, and technologically advanced, and built to accommodate residents of all ages and abilities. The Commission has, of course, heard details on Vessel's mission and Vessel's site design, and we certainly go into more detail in that at page 2 of our cover letter. I think it goes on to page 3 as well. But for purposes of tonight's pre-application and, of course, being cognizant of the time, I'll just highlight a couple of those interesting elements that that highlight Vessel's commitment to sustainability in its development. procurement, which is incorporated, I may add, into every single step of Vessel's design, Vessel's buildings, excuse me, from design to material procurement to construction. So a couple of things to remind the commission. For example, Vessel doesn't use paint. They use mostly recyclable, a proprietary mostly recyclable panel system that has no VOCs. This also helps ensure ongoing maintenance. If a tenant nicks a wall, you can actually turn that panel inside out and it looks like you have a brand new wall. And again, once that has exceeded its lifespan, you can just remove that single panel. So maintenance will be easy and again, mostly recyclable. Each unit is designed, and I find this really impressive personally, designed with universal design standards. So you are able to accommodate, again, people of all ages and abilities in every single unit. Each unit also has 24/7 air monitoring and purification systems. The bathrooms actually self-sanitize with UVC technology once obviously they're no longer occupied. So again, Vessel has put a lot of thought into this, and even during the construction process, you're going to see a typical multifamily development take somewhere in the range of 12 to 18 months, putting aside the interesting market we're in right now for construction, but we'll say 12 to 18 months typically. Vessel can complete its site in as little as 6 to 9 months. So even the construction process is more efficient and sustainable. In our pre-application package, we included some sample renderings of Vessel buildings at tab 5. These renderings, to be clear, are not specific to this site. It was just to provide the commission a visual of what Vessel's Vessel's buildings look like. And what I have here on the screen, just to again give the commission some options for discussion, was one of the Vessel buildings that is a single color. And then going to the next slide, you'll see here that there's a dual color option. It's a bit hard to tell from the screen, but this darker paneling is a material that almost looks wood-like. And we've actually gotten some interesting and favorable feedback from other commissions that they like that dual color to add a little bit more interest to the facade. So the way we're proposing to actually develop this site is via a site plan application that would be filed under Connecticut General Statutes 830G, Connecticut's Affordable Housing Land Use Appeals Act. As the commission may recall, this means in this instance that 30% of the units proposed, so here that would be 29 units, will be formally rent restricted for households earning at or below 80% of the lower of the area or statewide median income. So using the numbers that were available at the time that we filed our pre-application, that means that those affordable units will be reserved for households earning between $51,000 and $82,000 a year. The commission may also recall 830G is a bit unusual when it comes to the standard that the commission must follow. The commission can only deny the application if there's a substantial public health and safety risk that outweighs Rocky Hill's need for affordable housing, and which risk cannot be outweighed by reasonable, or addressed, excuse me, by reasonable changes to the plan. Again, the law is pretty clear that what constitutes a public health and safety issue must be supported by evidence in the record, and it cannot be speculative or hypothetical. Of course, 830G, under 830G, non-compliance with underlying zoning regulations, including bulk standards, is not a valid basis for denial. But I can tell you we've done everything we can in the site to comply with almost all of the underlying bulk regulations anyway, even though that is not applicable for an 830G. So with that, I tried to speed through it, but I will hand it over to Mr. Moran to just touch on the conceptual site plan, and then I will just bookend it with a couple of quick comments and turn it over to the commission.
Thank you, and good evening, Commission. Thank you for having me tonight. For the record, my name is Seamus Moran, a professional engineer in Connecticut. Excuse me. I work for H&H Engineering Associates out of Mystic, Connecticut. I will keep this high level, a couple minutes at most, just because most of what I've done is high level at this point. Attorney Gomes already gave you an overview of the buildings that we're proposing and some of the site access points of the loading areas. Just if you follow my cursor, I'll just walk you through kind of the site layout we have here. There's a 24-foot wide two-way access drive proposed off of Henkel Way into a one-way circular roundabout that provides access to limited parking areas in front of the two buildings, mostly so we can get some accessible parking spaces in front of the building near the front entrance of the building. Those are limited parking areas, which you see as you continue through between the buildings into the larger parking area in back. You'll see the dumpster areas just off the edge of the driveways, which are somewhat protected by the building from the street side, and the majority of the parking spaces to the rear of the site. The parking that you see in front is set back the required distance from in the zoning regulations. I believe you have a landscape island requirement, which of course we don't have to meet that, but we wanted to meet that. So the front of the site will be landscaped with vegetation, of course. There will be more vegetation between the backside of the sidewalk of the parking lot and the buildings, and then also more vegetation in the back. And in this big area that you see back here that almost has no topographical changes, we're proposing some amenity space for the tenants to be able to walk dogs and the like, go for a little walk around the building, around the parking lot to this flat area in the back. Stormwater, of course, will be met. We will meet peak rates. I spoke to the town attorney about methodology. I'm sorry, yes, town engineer. Keep me away from the attorneys. I spoke to the town engineer, and a methodology, he's on board, so that will be fully developed to reduce peak rates. Water quality is of course, on the forefront, and also the soils on site are exceptional soils. I believe the town engineer said they were dream-like soils, and it's true. We had geotechnical investigation done on the site. We have very high infiltrating soils, and depth to groundwater wasn't even found in the borings, 20 or so feet deep. So I believe with that, unless Andrea wants me to talk about something else, which is a click. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. And of course, as Attorney Gomes already pointed out, I did run a turning template for a 100-foot aerial truck through the site. That's what you see here. A vehicle turning into the site can get around the roundabout, all the way back around the back parking lot, and then come back up through the front of the site. So there is full access for a 100-foot vehicle, 100-foot aerial fire truck to get into the site. That's a generic 100-foot aerial truck. I will talk to the fire marshal about what their largest vehicle is, but generally the 100-foot aerial truck is pretty much the largest that we find in these communities. Sorry, sure.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of comments to tie this all up in a bow, if you will. I'll note that we truly believe that this proposal checks a number of boxes. We're taking an unimproved site in a developed area, a developed but, again, underutilized area near a variety of uses, and we're developing it into much-needed housing. In fact, the 2015 POCD for the town of Rocky Hill recognizes that while Rocky Hill has a diverse housing stock, in terms of the number of multifamily units, most of those were built in the 1970s. They're out of date, and housing needs to come up to modern standards to meet today's housing needs. On that same page, and it's at page 58, if the Commission's interested, POCD specifically recognizes the need for affordable housing. So Vessel's proposal helps make that goal a reality. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, we tried to keep a high level and brief. Turn it back to the Commission for any comments, questions, thoughts, and thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's any public comment on it, so.
No.
I'll open up. Commissioner Hussey, any?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions at this time.
All right. Commissioner Legal.
It shows existing sidewalks along the street. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear you.
Sidewalks, they could go all the way from Brook Street up already existing?
I believe so. Seamus,
On that side?
Yes, they do.
Okay, and is solar panels still?
Yes, the vessel intends to install solar panels. It's part of their, I don't want to call it typical, but their building design and aligned with their mission.
That's all I got.
So since this is a pre-app, some of the things that I would look at for an application. This used to be a tree farm, or a portion of a tree farm. So any impact of bad soil there and what you're going to do with it. Are you considering screening on the funeral home side of the property? What is that, the southern side of the property? There's a little, you go all the way up to Brook Street?
Yep.
Some type of screen, right now, those trees have been there forever, and some type of screening plan, or how you intend to deal with the screening there? And obviously, that'll be all part of a landscape plan, but.
Correct.
Some of the things that I would be looking at. Question about the building orientation. I think I know this, but are the stairwells like pointing at each other, and the driveway is like separating them? And then the length of the building are the wood panel type
Yes.
windows?
Yes,
So the
exactly.
stairwell, length of the building is the units, okay.
Exactly. And Commissioner, I do just want to note, when we were discussing the site design for Henkel, one of the things that Vessel was very much invested in was creating a really attractive entryway, which is why we have this roundabout, the landscaping, the buildings focused like that. So that was definitely intentional on Vessel's part. So you hit the nail on the head.
And a question, are there wetlands on the property? I didn't,
So there are wetlands on the property up toward the top, but we are staying completely outside of the upland review area, and we've discussed this, I believe, when Mr. Levy walked the site with Mr. Palmberg. We explained that to him, and he was in agreement.
so you're not going to deal with any invasive species or anything, you're just going to, as is, and you're
Yep,
just
we're
going to do
not.
what you got to do, and,
Yep, we're not touching the upland review area, and our goal is to try and keep as much of the viable landscaping in the back of the site and around the site that we can, but we are staying completely out of the URA.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mahoney.
I actually have nothing to say.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, I answered one of my questions. Going to have elevators because it's 4 stories high.
Yes.
Of interest here is that you are mentioning that you're going to provide electric vehicle charging stations on site,
Yes, we will be providing EV charging.
as well as bike racks, which
Yes, we will.
point of discussion.
I believe that's mentioned in our cover letter as well, Commissioner Robbins.
I have to say, I do like the 2-color option, better than the 1-color option. And then, the only other thing I noticed is that you're at 29 units, and if you committed to 31.25% affordable housing, you'd be at 30. I don't know if you went to even number, but certainly that would help us towards achieving our affordable housing. But other than that, yeah, it looks pretty good.
Thank you. We will discuss the units. As the commission knows, the 30% is what's required, but we'll discuss it internally. And just to add and I know Commissioner Maeda Brescia, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name, the elevators do accommodate a stretcher. I remember that from last time. It's required by code, but I remember that from last time.
Thank you.
How many elevators are there?
One in each, one in each building.
Love that. Love that. I
thought you
like
said
the
two.
fences outside too, covering.
I'm sorry?
I like the surrounding.
You like the two-tone?
Yeah, yeah, and the covering you have and your dumpsters and all that stuff. Look, two-tone is nice.
Beautiful dumpsters.
What is that?
Yes, sir.
We can bring a close-up. We actually have an image of what the wood panel looks like. I mean, it's not a swatch, but it is an electronic swatch, so where you can actually see it has almost like a grain to it, so it does look wood-like. Oh, Mr. Levy can actually bring a physical swatch to the meeting. We haven't done that since pre-COVID.
And so you'll actually try to like save as many of the trees as you can and whatnot.
Yep, the goal is to, everything that we can save that's viable on site, we certainly will, and then we're going to supplement with attractive and low-maintenance landscaping.
No further questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I see, much better presentation of the layout, the concept, the ideas, and thanks for taking into consideration, from the previous application. I think that's appreciative. I think I'm assuming when you have those amenities, there might be sidewalks and things like that leading, and any details on those when you propose, whether it's going to be pavers, whether it's going to be, you know, whatever. I don't know if Vessel has looked into pervious
Pervious
blacktop pavement, you know, things like that. I mean, I think that you know, I'm sure you would be, right, you'd be looking at that, and it complements the overall project that you are, you know, undertaking. So I think if that can be addressed here, that would be good.
We will take a look at that, Mr. Chairman.
Right, because I've seen at the Capitol, we have sidewalks that are, you know, that are pervious.
Yes.
Concrete. So,
Yep, I've seen those myself, and we will take a look at that.
Right, so those, we talked about bike racks, we talk about amenities, solar. I know you said 6 to 9 months construction. Do you have like a lead time for this material, or it's readily available?
I'll actually ask Mr. Levy to answer that in terms of, we discussed that the typical construction time for a vessel build or vessel site, 6 to 9 months. Is there a significant lead time? I think we're all scarred post-COVID, right, on lead time for
I
materials.
deal with that every day. There is a, oh, it's coming
I know.
tomorrow, and the next month, and
Yeah.
the next year.
Yeah, you're ordering appliances before you dig the foundation, but go ahead.
The materials are readily available. They're able to come in basically during the time period we're doing site work. They're able to get delivered during that period.
Now, are they all made in U.S., or they're coming from somewhere else, or what's?
The exterior building panels are made in India.
In?
India.
Okay, so that's where they're coming from. Wow. What else? And then when you present it, if you can give us sections, so, you know, so we can see how your, the soil, you know, contours, so we can see how they are, like from Henkel going back.
So a topographic
map,
map,
right. I
yep,
mean,
absolutely.
And even sections of those, so
Okay.
then we can see, you know, how the building would be covered from Henkel, or, you know, because you're putting berms. You're putting berms.
Rendering.
Yeah.
So you're looking for renderings that properly depict the topography of the site, not necessarily cross-sections of the soil, right?
Right, I mean,
Okay.
I think what you know, usually when we say cross-section, you know, it will show us, and then you'll have renderings that will show.
Yes,
So
yes.
it will be both, yeah.
Okay.
What else? I mean, I think those are some of the questions that come up, you know, now, but overall, I think it's a much better
Okay.
proposition.
I just have two other things. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nancy.
So, I like your drawings here, but, so are you anticipating like putting the sidewalks, and I don't know if someone said this already,
They're
all
already there.
around?
They're there already.
They're
All
there.
around the building, like
Oh.
in the back parking lot, because you said you're gonna develop that section in the back for like a play area or whatever?
There will be ways to access the amenities, whether it's sidewalks, pervious pavers. Obviously, if it's just supposed to be an open green space area, we're not going to
Right.
muddy that. That's a pun not intended, but we're not going to muddy that with sidewalks and things like that. We're going to leave it open. But there will be designated ways to access those amenity areas.
On those islands, are you gonna like look at maybe bike racks or benches or someplace to sit, or?
We were definitely looking at seating, you know, benches or picnic tables, something along those lines. And then the bike racks, I think we're fairly flexible on where they go, but I think they make most sense closer to the building or near the parking area and not in the amenity space. But we can certainly, stuff like that is flexible.
And to get in, is there going to be like an intercom system, or how to get in?
How to access the building? Actually, Josh, do you want to weigh in on that, please?
It's a controlled entry system. The intercom connects to each individual unit, so that they can interact with the person at the front door, and also has a way for tenants to get in through a keypad as well as Bluetooth.
Is that good? You're done?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
The only thing that I would follow up on Commissioner Desai, or Chairman Desai, sorry. Can we get views from Brook Street on what it would look like on Henkel, like looking at, like, the grandiose, what it's going to look like from Henkel? And then what it would look like to the abutter, Mr. Demar, I think it is, the funeral home? Like, if you were standing in his parking lot, what would it look like to that business? Just rendering, like visual, computers can do anything, so visual.
Sure.
And an aerial view? Looking down?
Aerial view of the site as developed?
Yeah, looking down the roof.
And I'm assuming there will be generator on site and all that, right? Or for power loss or
Yes.
for emergency? No?
No generators, I'm sorry, no generators.
So,
It says there's an emergency backup generator for the elevators.
You have to.
Yeah.
because if elevator is down, right?
He'll go through that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the code requirement probably.
Yeah, we're going to follow whatever the code requires, so I apologize if there's something that's a misnomer in the application, but we'll clarify that. But we're going to comply with the codes, with whatever the codes require.
I think that's, anything else?
I know you're going to, in the application, or if and when you apply, you're going to talk about 8-30G and what it means, and so
Oh,
the
yes.
public understands that, why it can happen in the office part, and
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that,
No, I never skip my opportunity to
Okay.
talk about 830G, but yes, I.
you do a good
I will-
job, so I just want to make sure it happens again, that's all.
Yes, it will be part of course, a more elaborate and detailed presentation when we get to the actual public hearing.
Can I ask one more question? And so sometimes people will be in there that may need oxygen requirements, and that needs electricity. So I just want you to think about possibility of generator-type activity that could possibly help someone who is on oxygen, whether it be a portable tank. I mean, if you have affordable housing, you have people that have been on oxygen, and you might take one, but just so you know, oxygen, plug it in. If you lose power, and that might be something to consider.
Okay, we will take a look at that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe, we don't know like what Vassal has done like at other places. I know New Jersey is built, right? So that's, you got the CO and all that. So was that required there? I mean, I know it's a different state and all that, but no. Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
We are, of course, solar powered, so
Josh,
our
you
buildings.
wanna come up to-
We are, of course, solar powered, so our buildings will function based on solar power, even if the electricity were to go down. So it will function for a longer period of time than a typical building, and will continue to regenerate and provide power to residents, unlike a typical building, because almost all of the power that the building needs can be produced by the solar panels. More, of course, during the summer, where we produce excess energy, versus the winter when you don't produce all of it. But we are producing energy to the building constantly that goes directly to the residents. So we don't use it just for the common area spaces. It goes to the residents, and it's actually an offset to their electrical bills.
So do you have batteries that you store? No batteries, right? So it's just a regular solar comes in, extra goes out? Okay. They're huge.
Yeah.
You need a building for that. Yeah, okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Right.
Agenda item H, site plan application, Stephanie Place LLC proposing to construct 72 units of multifamily housing in 3 buildings with 10% to be deed restricted and designated affordable as defined by Connecticut general statutes, along with other site improvements for property located at the southern end of 1800 Silestine Highway in an R20 residential zoning district, ID 04-412.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Robin Pearson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson in Glastonbury, Connecticut, 701 Hebron Avenue. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant, Stephanie Place LLC, which is the owner of the Stephanie Place Apartments at 1800 Silestine Highway. The parcel itself on which the apartment complex, which currently is a 5-story apartment building with 171 units, is 9.09 acres in size, and it is now entirely zoned R20. There is a commercial building on the property in addition to the existing 5-story apartment complex. And the parcel fronts on Silestine Highway for that portion in front of the apartment building, but the rest of this 9.09 acre property is a long, narrow parcel that is located behind the businesses and commercial structures on the Silestine Highway. So that's a quick overview of the site itself. With me this evening, I'd like to introduce Newt Brainerd, who is the Vice President of Simon Conover Company, and with him is Christine Victor, who is Acquisition and Development Associate, also with Simon Conover Company. Stephanie Place LLC, excuse me, the owner of the parcel in question, is a Simon Conover entity, as are over 80% of the 231 units that comprise the adjacent Greenfield Village multifamily development, which abuts the site to the northwest. They are here and available to answer any questions that you might have, but with me presenting this evening
Northeast.
Is David Ziax, who is our PE. He is with F.A. Hesketh and Associates. And also Roz Cifalelli, who is an architect with A-Lease Architects, Inc. And before turning it over to them, because it is a site plan application and they are the design experts that can go through all the details for you, I'd just like to say a few words, which are as follows. As you are aware, we have been working with the town for some time now to try and come before you and get to this point to allow additional residential multifamily development on this site. The plan and application that you will be reviewing with us this evening are really the culmination of that process. And I have been advised by staff that there might be an interest in this commission in holding a public hearing on this application. And I am going to suggest to you that that really is not necessary. And we would be obviously much pleased if it would be possible to get an approval earlier than later on this proposal. And to help you towards the idea that a public hearing is not necessary, and I will note that usually that's not something that you do with site plan applications. I would like to point out that this application has been before the public to the extent the public has already received notices of 2 separate public hearings with regard to this property. Recall that we came before this board back in June of 2022 for a preliminary or informal presentation. And since then, we have been refining our proposed plans and working with town staff regarding the decision and the design, and access issues. But with regard to the public hearings and the notices that have already gone out regarding this site and our intention, I'd like to point out to you that we did go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. That was on March 21st of this year to seek a 5-foot increase to the allowable 35-foot height restriction of the R20 zone. And in that application, it was made clear that the purpose of that was so that we could build 3 new structures for residential housing on the site with peaked roofs. Right now, with the bulk standard for the R20 zone only allows you to go up to 35 feet, and with a peak roof, we would have needed to go up a little bit higher than that. We thought it would be more attractive. That's why we sought the variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Before we could even make our case before the Zoning Board of Appeals, we did send out a notice to 152 owners in a 200-foot radius of our entire site. One area resident did attend the public hearing in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals and spoke in favor of the requested relief to add a peak on those 3 structures. And according to town staff, one other person did come in to the town land use office and look through the materials, including our layout, which showed where the 3 new buildings and a clubhouse would go, and was satisfied and did not come to the public hearing, and in fact remarked, according to staff, this is hearsay, that they had no objection to the peaked roof and approved and preferred that over one that's not quite as high. Nonetheless, the Zoning Board of Appeals did deny our variance. They denied it on a vote of 3 in favor and 2 opposed. You probably know that 4 votes are needed from the Zoning Board of Appeals in order to get a variance approved. Those voting no recognize that the buildings might indeed be more attractive with a peaked roof, and in particular, one of the 2 members voting against it identified himself as a resident in the area. He said on the record that he agreed the peaked roofs would be more attractive, but said aesthetics cannot stand as a legal basis in support of a variance request, and for that reason, he had to vote no. So again, I just want to underscore that that information was out to the public. It was a 200-foot radius. We then came before this body for a requested change of zone. On April 19th of this year, you unanimously approved a change of zone to R20 for the 2.3 acres of the Stepney Place site that were previously zoned regional commercial. For that hearing, we sent out 197 notices to abutters. This time, that abutters list included everybody within a 500-foot radius of this entire property, advising them of the public hearing and that plans and the application were on file with the town. We also posted a sign on the property before that public hearing, and to the best of my knowledge, no one went into Town Hall at all to even look at the application materials or ask staff questions. And as you might recall, no one spoke in opposition to that application. So those are my, if the concern is that this is going to be an application of great controversy or concern to the neighborhood, I would just put it before you that I don't think we have any indication that that is the case at this point. But tonight, you have a site plan application before you. You know that we wish to improve the site through the addition of 3 new residential structures and a clubhouse, and remove the commercial structure that's on the site. The clubhouse is intended to accommodate amenities both for the existing Stepney Place residents in the high-rise apartment complex, for persons in the Greenfield Village complex, which is to the northwest. Those amenities are a management office, a workout space, or if you'd call it a fitness center, a business center, which will accommodate or have facilities for people who like to work from home, and also a dog washing out setup for people who want to avail themselves of that. I note for you that the R20 zone does allow multifamily structures when a multifamily use was established by 2006 on a particular parcel, as is the case here. And I'd also like to point out to you that in addition to the structural changes, we do have committed to deed restricting 10% of the 72 new units proposed so that they will remain affordable at 80% of area median income for 30 years. That's modeled after the same requirements that you have achieved with the Ames multifamily development approval. It's not a requirement, but it's something the staff made very clear to us you were interested in seeing, and we are willing to propose that. These units would be located on a pro rata basis throughout the entire Stepney Place complex on the 9.09 acre site. So with that, I'd like to get into the specifics of the site plan application. David Ziyax will start out. He's going to locate the property for you within the neighborhood, go through existing conditions, the proposed site plan, landscaping, EV locations. There is a traffic report that he can touch on that's already in the record, prepared by his office, and he'll comment on the status of the OSTA review. We also have received staff comments. We have engineering comments. They're very limited, and Mr. Ziyax will go through those for you quickly and tell you what our response is. He'll be followed by Roz Cifafelli, who is our architect. He's going to go through, we now have some rendered building elevations for you, and the clubhouse design and functions, and I may have a few comments just at the end. So we'll try and talk fast and get through this for you, but we do have a presentation, obviously, we have to make. So, Mr. Ziyax?
If I could just make a comment, just to be on the record, that I know someone who works in that cat clinic that's on the corner of the property, but no financial interest in it, but just to know so they don't get accused of, not accused, but people say that I'm basing my opinion on something else.
Actually, I have to confess, Mr. Commissioner, that I did not hear what you said. You work in the clinic?
No, I know someone that works in that clinic at the bottom left corner of your sketch.
Oh,
but it's
okay.
not going to affect
Okay,
anything.
okay.
Just so nobody.
Okay. I appreciate you putting it on the record. We certainly have no objection. Anything else? Otherwise, Mr. Ziyax?
No.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Dave Ziyax. I'm a professional engineer and a principal with F.A. Hesketh. We're located up in East Granby. Pleasure to be here this evening. What I brought along with me is just the two sheets that I'm going to talk to tonight in 11 by 17s, I think. I don't know about you, but looking at that plan 20 feet away is more than likely.
We have that.
We have.
But you don't have these. These are just colored versions of what you already have. I think they may be of some color.
Thank you.
This is basically just colored MA1.
Okay.
Fancy.
It's just a copy
Thank
of
you.
what I have on the main board.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Make sure Kim gets one.
Yep.
This MA1 in your set has all the zoning data table and the parking calculations and the like.
I got two.
And what I have up here is on the easel is the same map I just passed out to you folks. It's the sheet MA1 that's in the plan set that we prepared as part of the site plan. And basically, all these drawings start out with north-south is a bit skewed from the Silas Deane Highway at this location. It gets a little strange. But these drawings are basically oriented so that the northerly direction's on the left side of the page, and then the southerly's towards the right side of the page. Just to the north of us, or just to the easterly of us, is the Greenfield Village Apartments. You can see on the drawing. It abuts pretty much the entire length of the project site. To the bottom of the drawing is the Silas Deane Highway. And in between the Silas Deane Highway and our project site, there is a row of various commercial development along the Silas Deane that abuts our property. To get to Stephanie Place, there's basically two driveways. There's the main driveway out onto Silas Deane, which is next to the tower. And then there's a secondary driveway that goes out to Marshall Road that is actually a shared driveway with a small office building. I think it's occupied by one of the state offices that goes out to Marshall Road. And then if you take a left at that driveway, you can get down to the traffic light down at the intersection of Marshall and the Silas Deane. So we're proposing there's 3 buildings with 72 units, 3-story buildings, and a 4,410 square foot community building. So if we come into the site, you have the existing parking lot that is on the southerly side of the tower. That parking lot is not utilized as much by the tenants. And then there is an existing building, as Robin pointed out, it's hiding under this drawing that will be demolished. It's been
I think
several
if you
years
can
since
speak in the, or we have a microphone, like,
Oh, okay.
for,
Can you hear me now? Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
the recording takes place.
Yeah, I understand. So you come in off that large parking area, and there is a building there that has not been utilized for a number of years. And what was that the last time?
Electrical contractors.
Yeah, some sort of a electrical contractors type of facility, but it's been empty now for a number of years. That will be demolished. So our project starts about halfway down into that existing parking area. This is where the community building will be located. That would be the first building. So when you enter in, there's a nice circular driveway around, a nice little formal entrance into that community building. Then right behind the community building will be our open plaza area, patio area for the residents. There'll be about 3,500 square feet of area there. And that's where there'll be sitting areas and the like, typical associated with the community building. This first building here is actually an enclosed garage for the tenants. And then we have our 3 buildings, the apartments. There's another enclosed garage building way down at the south end of the site. And the other community building will be a large mail kiosk type of area, where all the common mailboxes will be located for all the tenants. And it's separated, as you can see, coming in from the driveway by a turnaround at that location. Then just slightly past that will be a central dumpster area for the larger refuse that needs to go into a dumpster. We have, as I pointed out, we have 2 enclosed garage buildings. They'll have a total of 15 spaces that the tenants would be able to rent. We have additional paved parking surfaces, to accommodate the outdoor parking. And if we take a quick look at the parking data that is shown on this sheet MA1, there's going to be a total of 243 units between the existing building and the new buildings that are being proposed. And in those buildings, there's quite a combination of studio apartments, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and even some 3-bedroom units. And your parking data table accounts for that and has different ratios based on the number of bedrooms in each apartment. That's in Section 7B. So when you do the arithmetic, you end up with the requirement to have a minimum of 388 parking spaces. And the layout that we're showing you has 406 spaces. And included in that 406 spaces are 16 EV charging stations that we have located throughout the new area, and the 15 garage spaces that we were just talking about. So that's makes up the 406 parking spaces. In the plan set, if you had an opportunity to review it, there's an extensive landscaping plan. Those are sheets LS1 through LS4. LS4 having the comprehensive table that shows all the quantities and names of the plants that we're proposing. We are proposing to save, there's a large evergreen row just to the side of the rear of the abutting units for Greenfield Village. We're going to be saving that row there and augmenting it with our own landscaping on our side, and then filling in some of the gaps, further to the north where there's open grass area between the two sites. We're going to be filling that area in. And on the landscaping plan, if you had a chance again, there's blow-ups of the landscaping that's going to be installed around each one of the buildings. It's quite extensive. It's going to be a very nice site once it's all planted out. The site lighting we're proposing is very modest. It's all dark sky compliant and shielded as necessary to prevent any spillage onto our abutters. The details for the lights are shown on sheet SD5. Basically, it's going to be a typical colonial fixture on a 16-foot high pole, and it'll be an LED fixture. So it's fairly modest. There'll be some additional lighting put on the buildings, at the main doors. Roz will explain to you how these buildings work, but there really is a central entrance to the three buildings to gain access to the units. And at those locations, there'll be some, wall units at the doors, and then each unit has either a ground patio or a deck, and there'll be some safety lighting out on those decks and in the patio areas. But all very modest on the site, residential scale. We have MDC water and sewer, and we'll be providing both the domestic and fire flow here. We've been working with the MDC on connecting into the existing system. At this point, it looks like it's going to be by connections to the system that's serving Greenfield Village right now. The MDC has easements throughout that development, and we will be connecting to that. And then providing a couple of extra hydrants on our property, working that out with your fire department. We have a comprehensive on-site drainage system proposed that includes an underground infiltrator and storage chamber system, and that will maintain the peak flow rates below actually what is being generated under existing conditions on the site. Pretty much this site and literally all of the properties along the Silas Deane ultimately drain to the drainage system that's in the Silas Deane Highway, which flows northerly towards I-91 and discharges into the brook and the wetlands on the southerly side of 91, or the easterly side at that point. Again, things are all kind of skewed out there, going north-south. So it was really important to put in really it's an oversized drainage system for this size project, but the need was to knock down those peak flow rates considerably in order to not overtax the existing drainage system that we're connecting to. And of course, that will all be reviewed. It's been reviewed by your town engineer who didn't have any concerns, and it'll be reviewed by DOT again, because this site is big enough that it has to go back to OSTA for review, and as part of that, we'll get a very thorough hydraulic drainage review by them, as well as your town engineer. In addition to that, the system is designed to meet the Connecticut DEP water quality volume and water quality flow minimum requirements. And again, because of its size, it easily meets those requirements. We did provide a traffic report. It was prepared by our traffic department. And really, the 72 units are going to be add fairly modest amount of traffic to the Silas Deane Highway primarily. You're really looking at the total number of trips for the 72 units at about 537 trips a day. And that turns out to be a morning peak hour of about 45 trips and an afternoon peak hour of about 52 trips. So roughly one more car going in and out of this, development. And certainly during the peak hours, I would assume that people who want to make a left-hand turn out onto the Silas Deane will probably use the Marshall Road driveway, because you have the traffic light there to help you out making a left-hand turn onto the Silas Dean during those couple of hours a day when it's pretty busy out there. But, you know, again, the traffic report was presented, but it's the overall numbers that this will generate are pretty small relative to the background traffic in the area. And as the conclusion to the report was, it's our professional opinion that the local network will not be significantly impacted by the traffic volumes going to be generated by these extra 72 units. We did receive, through Kim's office, a few comments from the town engineer, and there's 7 comments here, but half of them are sort of drafting changes, and then there's just a couple of other notes that we need to add to the plans, just to the satisfaction of the engineering department, but no real changes to the plans at all are necessary as far as design goes in order to accommodate their comments. So we would ask, if you're going to approve this, you can just make that as part of one of your conditions of approval. We'll address those before we file the final plans with the town. And I think at this point, I didn't mention at the very south end here, what we've worked out is there'll be an emergency fire lane connection to the driveway system here in Greenfield Village. So for the fire trucks to come in either direction, they'll be able to pass through the site without having to make any, severe turns or turnarounds or anything of the like. And there'll be hydrants placed here, and of course, all the buildings are going to be sprinklered. So, the risk is pretty minor. The residential building? What did I say? All the buildings. Yeah, all the buildings. All the buildings will be sprinklered. So at this point, I think I'll turn it over to Roz, who can do some architectural presentation, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission has.
Nice.
My wife got it. I didn't get it.
Look at Robin's Lane.
I needed to get rid of one. It was dying.
I know that feeling.
Hi, my name's Orazio Ciffalelli. They call me Roz. It's just a nickname. I'm with Allies Architecture. I'm a registered architect in multiple states. I just tend to be doing a lot of work in Connecticut, although our office is based out of Morristown, New Jersey. At the risk of repeating a couple things that were said already, we did do a site plan, a rendered site plan. So what we have are 3 garden-style apartments, walk-ups, the clubhouse, and then 2 garage structures, one 7-bay and one 8-bay. Okay. So let's get started with the buildings, I guess. The residential buildings are 24-unit buildings. The clubhouse is at 4,400 roughly square feet. And like I said before, the garages are an 8-bay and a 7-bay. The garden-style buildings are similar, all 3. They're wood-framed 3-story structures with flat roof and asphalt shingle. Actually, we'll bring it around here. We have a flat rubber roof with asphalt shingles around the perimeter. It's cladded in a vinyl siding, both horizontal and vertical. And then we also manipulate some of the cultured stone, working that up and down along the building elevation. The way the building works. Okay, so they're 24-unit buildings, and what they really are, that consists of 2 12-unit apartment structures separated by a 2-hour firewall. So what we have are essentially is a building here and a building here separated by 2-hour firewall. Each building will have, at every level, will have four apartment units, and then it has the central stair. At the first floor, that's where the building entrance is, and you'll have 2 entrances into this building. Okay? The building will consist of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. They'll vary in sizes from 700 square feet to like 1,350 square feet for a 3-bedroom. Let's see what else we have. These are fire sprinkler buildings. They're under the NFPA 13R. Okay. Just to get back to some of these notes here. I told you that each of these cubes are, so they'll have 24 on each side. I just lost my place here for a second. Okay, fire suppression. So on our first floor, we'll have our building vestibule. We'll walk in, straight stair up, 4 units. And when we get to the second and third floor, they're typical floors. We capitalize on the space above the stair at entrance. We'll probably have a 1-bedroom den. That's the only real difference there. And then we get into, these are the front and rear elevations. The building's roughly 35 feet in height. That's our maximum allowable building height. We did have to change from a sloped asphalt shingle to a combination of both to get the look as well. Units, like I said, were each unit will have a deck on the upper levels or a concrete patio on the first floor. Let's see what else we have here. As far as let's get these out. All right. We manipulate the residential building in a couple of ways in order to get, what we'll do is we'll do bumps and jogs in the building. We try to reduce the look of how long it is. And then what we do is we manipulate the materials so that we can scale it down. We even provide some band boards as well. As far as the clubhouse is concerned, this is a 1-story structure, wood-framed, slab on grade. And that one, once again, we were just playing with some materials. We'll mimic the residential buildings, so we'll have horizontal and vertical siding. We'll do the cultured stone. But in this case, we'll be able to go with the sloped roof, and that sloped roof will be all asphalt roof shingle. This building is not fire sprinkled because it's not required by code. If ownership deems that they want to do this for whatever reason, perhaps insurance or whatever, then we can move in that direction. But as far as the clubhouse is concerned, it houses a fitness center with a yoga aerobics room. It has a business center with home workspaces, a conference room. It has the leasing office, as well as the dog wash in the back. We thought that in the back of this building, we would have a hardscaped patio in the back, perhaps even a pergola, just to break the sun. The materials on this building will be similar. Like I said, we'll be using AZEK cladding as far as on any of the trim boards and panels. And again, both in the residential and in architectural, in the clubhouse, we're using a vinyl type window. As far as the garages are concerned, 1-story slab on grade structures. There's only 2. There are 2 types. There's a 7-bay that'll house the handicap compliant space, and then we have the 8-bay. Both buildings in height, they average about 12'6" from mean of roof to grade, so they'll be simple, small one-story structure. The materials in the outside will be a horizontal vinyl siding and perhaps some cultured stone. I think I got everything covered pretty quickly. There is a trash enclosure on site. I thought that was going to be around about 600 plus minus square feet, a concrete pad with a privacy fence wrapped around it. And then we have a mail kiosk, which really has yet to be designed at this point. And that should be it for the building structures. All right.
Thank you. So that concludes the technical aspects of our presentation. I would just like to remind you that while your site plan review criteria,
Move your mic up. There you go.
I'd like to remind you that while your site plan review criteria in 9C of your regulations doesn't necessarily speak to compliance with the Plan of Conservation and Development, this was something we went through with the at the time of requesting the change of zone. But your Plan of Conservation and Development does make some strong references to the need for additional diversity in housing. It emphasizes the appropriateness of multifamily housing for numerous reasons. And I'm going to flip to my notes on that. Not the least of which is to make sure you do have different types of housing available, and also and I think we've met one of your goals in the Plan of Conservation and Development with the addition of the set aside of 10% of the units. That would be 8 units for this development. It also, your POCD at page 57 suggests that it's important for developments, site plan developments, to look at protecting neighborhoods and residential neighborhoods and areas. And it recommends that the town continue to protect the integrity of those neighborhoods from encroachment by business activities, and that appropriate buffers and transitions be provided between business uses and residential areas. I think we can make a strong case that putting that development behind the buildings that line Silas Deane Highway that are commercial in nature serves as a very good buffer for the developments further up on the other side of our property to the north and northeast. As it's a very good transition for them, and does alleviate the back of house look of that commercial strip along Silas Deane Highway. And obviously the suggestion that it's very important to provide for housing options in town, which is found on page 58, particularly to address the needs for additional housing units that are suitable for an aging population, since there will be a larger number of people in the older age groups, and more affordable to moderate income persons and households, as well as newer units. This application does do all of that. So we do believe the application makes sense on many levels, and it is definitely a strong commitment by the owner of that property to improve the property, add value to that property, provide better amenities for the existing residents as well as for the new residents, and overall should be a very positive addition for the town. So we welcome any comments that you have, and hope that you'll be able to approve this site plan application.
Yeah, I think, so I think as the attorney mentioned before, I think the project, the scale of project is such that, a public hearing is warranted, at least in my view, and I'll open up for other commissioners. And we did hear, there were, a couple of comments before as well, but I think just to give the public the opportunity, for larger projects like this, I believe a public hearing is warranted, and I would like to hear other commissioners' views.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a huge development, but it's in a residential area. The Marshall Road exit is going to increase traffic. In fact, the engineer mentioned that he foresees a lot of traffic going out the Marshall Road exit to get to the traffic light on the side of Lestine. So I think the people should really be able, in the area, you've got a whole row of condominiums behind. Actually, those are rentals, I think.
They own them all. They own them all.
80%.
Oh, but, there's residents there, and I think that
There are residents
they
there,
should
definitely,
have an opportunity to speak. They may not have much to say, but we don't want to preclude the possibility that they have something to say. That's
Well,
mine.
certainly, we respect your comments. We tried to convince you otherwise, and, we'll obviously live by whatever decision you ultimately make, so.
Any other comments on that? Any?
If we do go to public hearing, just based on the information that was presented, I just noticed on the traffic study, I'm usually used to seeing the intersection level of impact analysis.
So what I'll do is maybe open up the comments now, if there are no further comments on the public hearings.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I can open.
Well, I'd like to hear what staff has to say about why this is not a public hearing.
Yeah.
If it wasn't put on the agenda as a public hearing, there has to be some rationale behind it.
Well, it wasn't put on the agenda as a public hearing because it's a site plan application. It's up to the commission. I personally don't believe site plan applications being an administrative process requires a public hearing. Special permits are more of a judicial process requiring public hearing by state law. Site plans do not. The regulations can certainly be rewritten so your site plan criteria can be different to accommodate what the commission's concerns are. I did think that the beginning, when Attorney Pearson got up to address the commission about the site plan, because the chairman and I did talk about it, and I did forward that idea on to Attorney Pearson, hence the kind of like the preliminary presentation. And I thought at that point, the commission would certainly raise that issue if they wanted to do so, rather than have the applicant put on their full-blown presentation before the commission. We as staff have advised the applicant. It came in as a pre-app to the commission, represented that it would be a site plan application as well. So the commission was aware of that at that time also. And granted, that has no bearing on what's happening now, but you were aware that it was a site plan application at that time also.
So you're telling us we cannot go to public hearing, or you don't think it's necessary?
I don't agree with, site plan applications are administrative processes. And you do, granted, you do have something that states in your regulations, you certainly can do that, but it is an administrative process, and under zoning law, it's a site plan. If it meets the regulations, technically you have to approve it. If it doesn't meet the regulations, then you can either approve it with conditions, or if it doesn't meet the regulations, you could deny.
Right, but I think, and maybe I can be corrected, but I don't think it's absolute that because it's a site plan, you can't have a public hearing.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you
It's not
have it.
absolute,
You do
right?
have it in your regulations
That we can.
that you can.
Right. So So it's, I mean, I think that's what we are basing it on. So, to your question, it's staff based on, their understanding and all that. And because it was site approval, they didn't schedule it as a public hearing. But as a commissioners, when we look at it, and if we feel that it warrants to provide public and access, and information, then it is allowable. It's not like we cannot have it.
Yeah, it's basically an option that we have.
Right.
We can or cannot, and based on what a couple of us have said, I think it would be appropriate to do so.
Yeah, it's on page 142. They talk about whenever approval of a site plan is the only approval required, a decision on the application shall be rendered within 65 days of the date of such site plan, regardless of whether a public hearing is held. So, I mean,
Correct.
it certainly is up to the commission.
Yeah, so it says regardless, held on weekend.
And with that, as far as comments, should we?
My comment is that I'm okay without a public hearing on this. That's just my opinion. I think it's a site plan, which is like staff said.
But
I hear what you guys are saying. I mean, I'm okay with it. But I don't believe we should be going to public meeting for it.
But there's people in the public that have, especially now,
I could be in the minority.
especially now since Channel 16 hasn't been working for 3 or 4 weeks.
Ugh,
There's,
Fox Cable.
the people are in the dark about this. And, the
YouTube.
purpose,
YouTube.
if they have a computer.
Just go on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of ways, but the thing is, outside of that, the people are in the dark about what we're talking about tonight and, what the proposal is. So I think it's appropriate that they have an opportunity to come here and listen and get to speak. They can't talk about it now because it's not a public hearing, and speak about their impressions and their opinions, and like we do for many things. And
I mean, I think it's, the thought, at least my thought process was that it just, the scale
I
and
respect your
the
opinion.
impacts and.
Put it to a
right.
vote. I respect your
Yep.
opinion. Put it to a vote.
So,
I'm okay if you guys, I mean,
yep, okay.
I'll
So-
make a motion in a minute, but to get to as far as the comments that the commissioners have or questions,
Yep.
should we not wait until we get to a public hearing so that we're not redundant?
no, it's not fair to drag the applicant through the process any longer if you're going to go to public meeting. That's
Right.
my opinion. If we're
That
going to
we-
public
that-
meeting, we should not drag this applicant through any longer of a process.
Tonight.
Yeah, correct.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
is
what it is.
They're going to have to go through the same questions, the same comments, at a public hearing, so we might as well just, okay, with that, I'll make a motion to set a public hearing for our next meeting. Would that be appropriate? Our next meeting, Kim?
Well, isn't there a notification period? And are we in that window? for a public meeting?
The deadline is 21 days prior to, so we're a month out, so we have time.
Okay, so to set a public hearing for our next meeting,
Which is June 21.
first, I think you said.
June 21.
Yeah. Do we need any more to the motion? Added to the motion? That does it.
No, I think that's it.
And
Can I have-
we have a recessed hearing that evening, so it would be immediately following that, it would be in the motion.
Really, the last thing I want to do is have another public hearing.
Can I have a second for the motion?
Second.
All in favor of motion?
Aye.
Oppose?
Okay, thank you. We'll see you on the 21st.
Yes.
Thank you. You having a problem, Jim?
Yeah, because if I go like this.
Oh, you hit it. Yeah.
I'm gonna start bringing my lunch.
Okay.
Are we going to the amended agenda now?
Yes,
So we're going back to F, right?
F, yep.
Okay, going back to F on the agenda, site plan application, Brook Street, Rocky Hill LLC, James P. Cassidy, professional engineer, agent, proposing to construct 4 flex space buildings, approximately 120,000 square feet, for a property located at 553, 565, and 595 Brook Street, ID 17-005, 17-004, and 16-278, respectively, property of which is subject to a zone change from OP Park to BP2 Business Park in a public hearing, item B1.
Thank you.
Okay, now I have a question. I'm full of it tonight. We can't make a decision on this tonight, you said a while back?
The zone change basically will end up taking effect at the end of the appeal period.
Okay, so we can, so technically, the zone change doesn't exist tonight.
Correct.
So, okay. So,
You can
So why
hear
make
it.
the presentation?
So, with all due respect, I know it's a late hour. What I would like to do is go through the presentation that I have quickly. And what I would ask from the commission is if there is any additional information you feel you need, let me know, so I can come in with that information at the next meeting, and hopefully we can move on and approve the application at that point. I don't want to waste anyone's time, but I think I need to put a brief presentation out there to show you what we're actually looking to do, and that way I can provide you with any additional information you feel necessary. Good?
Yep.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen?
No.
yes.
Nice blank.
Oh, it's a window screen, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that you on a cliff?
You
Yeah,
just
someone
unplugged.
hanging on a cliff?
It's showing your.
You're probably seeing your other
It's
screen.
just your desktop.
Not anymore. Your desktop. It's probably your other screen, your dual monitor.
Yep.
We're seeing your wallpaper.
Just drag it.
That's funny.
The last time you went?
It's not the one I
Cliff,
have.
Cliff Climb?
So much for quickly, right?
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Let's see.
Yeah, here's his comments and everything.
Okay, again, good evening for the record. My name is Jim Cassidy, professional engineer and principal with the firm of Halsey, Pearson Cassidy. At this point, we're before you and seeking a site plan approval for the proposed development of a property located at 553, 565, 595 Brook Street, or Brook Street Rocky Hill LLC, with the recently approved zone change to BP2 zone. Quickly going over the site again, I'm just going to bring up the aerial. Again, outlined in yellow is the overall property that we're talking about, 13.37 acres along the northerly side of Brook Street. Presently, use of the property consists of agricultural fields, a old tree farm, and a residential structure on the far east. There is a wetlands along Dividend Brook at the far north and back of the property. You'll see a red line on the plan. That is the 100-foot upland review area from that wetlands. And I will note that we've actually been to the Wetlands Commission with our site plan and received unanimous approval at last month's meeting for the proposed development of this site. Skip that one. What we're proposing to build is, I know I labeled it as warehouse buildings. It's actually more flex space buildings. And as mentioned under your BP2 zone, the majority of the uses that would come into this building would actually have to come before you again for a special permit, at which time we could take a look at, what their operation is, hours of operation, traffic generation, on all that good stuff. What the proposal is for the development of 4 buildings on this site at this point, shown as the tan rectangles. Total building area would consist of 120,000 square feet. The 2 on the bottom, closest to Brook Street, are 30,000 square foot each, and they're actually divided into 5,000 square foot segments. So there's six 5,000 square foot sections in each one of those buildings. There's an associated parking lot along the front of it. Site access would be off of Brook Street. On the easterly side of the property, the driveway access lines up with the existing driveway to the BJ's facility. On the far west side of the facility, if you go out there, there's actually an existing curb cut out there. We're lining up with that curb cut that's in place. To the rear of the property, we're looking at putting up another 2 buildings. The one on the far west, which is turned at 90 degrees to the other buildings or perpendicular to the other building, is a 20,000 square foot building, so it's subdivided into 4 potential 5,000 square foot spaces. And then the final building is actually a 40,000. Just so you know, as we went through the wetlands process, if you looked at the original site plan, we actually had 2 30,000 square foot buildings to the front, 3 20s to the back. They were all perpendicular to the front buildings, but that caused some activities within the upland review area. We worked with the Wetlands Commission and actually were able to modify it so we actually have no activities in the upland review area, and that's why it was unanimously approved. Parking, because we don't know the specific use, but this based upon prospective tenants and needs, we tried to develop a parking based upon what we think these uses are going to be. What I could tell you is the way we broke it down and made a determination of parking is we determined that the majority of the space would be some type of warehouse or distribution, but we also allocated a portion of the spaces for an office. So we took 15% of the 5,000 square foot units, so 750 square feet, and allocated it to office for a total of 1,800 square feet of office. And then the remaining we determined to actually be the warehouse space. So we are proposing a total of 187 spaces on the site to accommodate it. We've situated them so they're to the front of the building for employees or customers that would come to this facility. To the back of the buildings, you'll see some additional paved areas. Those are loading areas based upon whatever use comes in. It's important to note, if you take a look at these loading areas, that they're only a depth of 30 feet. And when I show you the floor plan for the building, you're actually going to see there's only a single level entrance door on the back of the building. So this site cannot accommodate tractor-trailer deliveries. It doesn't have drop docks. You need 75 feet for a tractor-trailer to be able to back into it. We cannot accommodate tractor-trailers. We're not looking to have those type of uses in this property. Again, uses we're looking at are going to be smaller, like suppliers of, like I mentioned, medical equipment, where they'd have a single unit truck that would come in and pick up products and make deliveries. But we intentionally designed it so it cannot accommodate tractor-trailers. It cannot be a big distribution facility. Site circulation, you can either come in the east or the west driveway. They're both two-way driveways. As you can see, that driveway services parking along the entire front of the building. We did run another lane down between the 2 buildings out front, and then another drive aisle between the front and the rear buildings with accommodating more parking, and then finally another drive aisle to the back that accommodates loading on the far north side of the project. I know I'm going on too long. Sorry. I'm not going to go over the zoning table. All I'm going to simply say is under the BP2 zone, we have the required requirements under the BP2 zone. Under proposed, we easily meet and exceed all those requirements. Other than the MINs, we're under all the minimum requirements, especially like building coverage and impervious coverage is important to know that we're significantly under those requirements. Stormwater management, as was mentioned with the vessel application, the soils in this area, and we're on the same basic area of soils. They consist of a Hartford sandy loam and a Manchester sand and gravel. Excellent soils for infiltration. We also went out on the site and we did a series of deep hole tests, geotech, and we actually had a permeability test on the soils. Where we found the permeability rates to range anywhere from 9 to 18 inches per hour, which is pretty high. So it's a very excellent infiltration rate. So as part of our stormwater management plan, we are taking advantage of that. We will have a series of catch basins within the parking lot that are all interconnected by conduits, which eventually convey the water to the light blue areas you see on the plan. Those are actually 3 infiltration basins that work in series with each other before they can actually outlet on the far north side to a level, what we call a level spreader. We did build a extensive drainage model as part of this and a drainage report. And what's actually interesting is what you find is with the post-development model, you'll find anything up to a 10-year storm event is actually allowed to infiltrate back into the ground with actually not even decharging, therefore promoting groundwater renovation. and recharge, which is one of the main objectives of the DEP Stormwater Quality Manual. So we've achieved that. In addition to, as we went through the approval process with wetlands, they asked we add sections of porous pavement in to take advantage of infiltration once again. So the entire front or southerly row of parking would consist of porous pavement. And then beyond that, there's actually an infiltration swale, so the water will be able to come off the porous pavement into that infiltration swale, and once again be forced to infiltrate back into the ground. Utilities, sanitary sewers, there is a gravity sanitary sewer that actually ends just at our southeasterly property corner. If you go by the site and you take a look at the topography, you would actually find Brook Street actually dips down in front of the site and then comes up to its highest point at the southeast property corner where the sewer ends. What this means is that the sewer system that we're going to have within our development, because it would actually be slightly lower than the grade at that southeast corner, was going to be a low-pressure force main system. Each building would have an individual pump station that would pump through a low-pressure force main that is indicated by the green line on the plan, and then eventually up to the southeast exit drive to a manhole, and then gravity lateral into that sanitary manhole and into the gravity system. There would be a water system domestic water brought in off of Brook Street. It's coming down the west side of the project and then down the center aisle. This provides not only domestic water, but also fire protection to each one of the buildings. This is just a record of the soil testing that we did on the property. We also submitted a detailed landscaping plan. Sorry. Now it's going to stop working. I worked all night and now it's going to stop on me. Sorry. So we did submit a detailed landscaping plan. I think the important things to note, as we mentioned, we're trying to do something very similar to what Winbrook has out there. So you're going to find along the entire frontage, we are proposing to build a berm. It would not be as high as Winbrook. It will not be as high as Burris, because we actually, on our side, we need to lower the grade of the site to accommodate the buildings at that southeast corner. So at the south end of the end of the property, it's going to be about 3 to 4 feet high. By the time you get to the west end, it'll be about 6 to 8 foot high. That berm will be landscaped with a series of street trees along the face, very similar to what they did in Burris. And then on the top, it will have a series of evergreens, again, similar to what they did in Burris. In addition to, along the westerly side, we're also building a berm. That's the side that's up against the apartments. In working with the neighbor, we propose to build the berm with landscaping to provide additional buffering in that area. It's important to note that the apartments is not in a direct abutter. It's actually separated by a 100-foot HELCO or CLMP right away. And then there would be additional plantings such as ornamental trees, shrubs, and other grasses within the entire parking lot and around the perimeter, and also to enhance the stormwater basins at the back of the site. We are proposing 4 dumpster locations, one being at the far back upper left or northwest corner, one at the northeast corner, and then 2 on the east and west towards the center of the drive aisles. So we hopefully distribute them evenly so they can be accessed by the tenants within the development, but there is a total of 4 dumpster locations on the site. Excuse me. This is a list of plantings. I mean, in total, you're talking about over 300 shrubs and trees that are going to be added to this site. So the buildings themselves, as I mentioned, this is a footprint of a typical building. This is the 20,000 square foot building. Come on, participate. So the lower portion is the front where you can see the parking spaces. There would be a passage door for people entering the building, small office and a his and hers facility, lavatory up to the front. Right now, the center portion is open space until we determine the actual use, but you can see along the back portion, we have a single garage door that's flush with the ground, so it can accommodate a tractor trailer, and a single passage door to the back. And again, the depth from the back of the building to the end of those islands is 30 feet. So you need 75 feet to accommodate a tractor trailer. This is the footprint for the 20,000 square foot building. So it contains 4 units, but it could be subdivided differently where it goes to, say, 2 10,000 square foot units, but it'll be in increments of 5,000 that would be divided. This is a footprint for the 30,000 square foot building. So these are the buildings that are up along the front, cut into 6 different units with the same exact configuration within the building. The building itself, it's basically going to be a one-story structure with a flat roof. There would be a cornice along the top made out of EIFS system, painted in a natural tone of a tan or some taupe color. It's going to be basically a steel frame building. It's going to be an EIFS system for the upper portion. The bottom portion of the building is actually going to be a synthetic stone, basically up to the water table, with a synthetic capstone on top of it. The doors would consist of a typical aluminum frame with a storefront glass, and then over each one of the entrances, there would be an awning that sticks out from the building. So this is a footprint you'd be looking at, or this is the elevation you'd be looking at for the 20,000 square foot building. Then this would be this similar elevation. So they're all going to be similar in nature. This is the elevation for the 30,000 square foot building. I did not have them create an additional elevation or floor plan for the 40,000 square foot building because it's simply going to be two 20,000s put together. And that was a modification we made as part of the planning, as part of the open space and conservation approval. I'll also note that we did submit a detailed lighting plan as part of the package. All fixtures are going to be high-efficiency LED, dark sky compliant, and we specifically for wetlands, they wanted to make sure that we didn't have any spillage of light into the wetlands or adjoining properties, which we demonstrated with our photometrics plan. They also asked we use a lower KV value, so it's a softer lighting, so it's going to be a 2700 KV for your tone of your lighting, so it's not that bright white, it's a little bit more subtle of a lighting. So we did incorporate that into the plan as part of our wetlands approval too. So that's my hopefully 5-minute presentation. Hopefully if you have some questions that you can ask or additional information you want, I'll be able to get anything you need for the upcoming meeting.
Right. Commissioner Hussey?
Nobody from the public?
Let's see, how about, do you anticipate any phasing on this, Jim, or is this going all at one time, or how's the building
So interesting
construction?
question. This is a question that came up at wetlands. So what we ended up doing in your package, we actually have little vignettes that show how the project is going to be constructed. This developer is actually proposing to build everything at one time, other than as part of our erosion and sediment control. I call them the erosion sediment control cartoons. One building would have to wait. And so if I just quickly go through the package, so on your screen now, you'll see the vignettes I'm talking about. And basically, if you go through each item, number one, you're going to stake out the limits of clearing and remove any vegetation. Number two is we're going to put in a temporary sediment basin. Now, the interesting part about that temporary sed basin, it's in the area of building number 4. So that one building that's running perpendicular, it's in that area. We're going to keep that in play throughout the construction process. So we actually can go in, we can put the foundations and structures in for buildings number 1, 2, and 3. And then we can actually continue and put our drainage in, our whole stormwater management basin in with the temporary sediment basin in place. Go all the way through and actually do all the grading, all the utilities, and do all the pavements, and actually stub out utilities to that final building. Once everything is stabilized, then we can remove temp sed basin, and then we can start the construction of building. I think it's actually labeled as building number 5 because we've eliminated one with the Wetlands Commission, and do the construction of the building, and then just basically do final paving, final grading, and landscaping. So the only thing that's going to be phased is really that one building, but he's intending to build everything at one time. He's not going to wait. He's putting up the money and doing everything at once.
Okay. Do you feel the need, or are you going to be presenting a traffic study in addition?
So that's the one thing I wanted the commission to comment on. I mean, if they feel it appropriate to do a traffic study, I've actually talked to my traffic engineer and commissioned a traffic study. The issue we ran into is, what use do we do it for? My thought is, if you really want to...
Only because of public comment already.
I agree 100%.
I think this is less intrusive than an office park, because cars can head eastbound on Brook Street all day long, whereas trucks might be directed in a different manner, so.
So again, I was trying to give my traffic engineer some direction. So my thought is to model it after Winbrook, because that's what we're looking for. So whatever the similar uses are in Winbrook, we'll model after that. And again, as we come in with uses, if there are more intense use, we have to bring an additional or modified traffic study at that point. It's also important to note, because of the size of the project, it is over the threshold for an OSTA permit. So it is ultimately going to have to go to OSTA for approval, because I'm over 100,000 square feet of building area.
When will you go to them? Because you won't know the uses, so.
So if we get a site plan approved, now we got something we can market.
Mhm.
Okay? We have a lot of inquiries, but he's not going to commit to building a 100,000 square foot building not knowing what he can put in it. If we get that, then we're going to immediately go to OSTA. He would love to start construction this year. Unfortunately, we know the OSTA process takes a bit longer.
I'm also,
Commissioner.
I just have two questions, and I'm not even sure if you could actually answer one of them yet. I'm looking at, obviously, depending on the use, power to these buildings, like, would there be multiple transformers have
Yes.
to be put on site?
Most likely, yes.
So you can't really show where those would be.
No, that's one of the utilities is, we always have to work with the utility company afterwards. And
Okay. Signage. Are you looking to do a sign in the front?
Yes, possibly.
Or is each unit gonna have like?
It's probably be more like what
Lit up sign.
Woodbrook has, where it's on the building itself. Something more along that lines, but that's something we have to come back to you as we get tenants and we hear what we actually want to do for signage.
But since the buildings are set back and there's gonna be, screening in the front, is there a proposed sign in?
No, not right now. If he wants to change it, I'd have to come back to you. And I don't think Windberg has one, if I recall correctly. I don't think there was a sign out front for Windberg.
Okay, that's all I have.
Really?
You keep on referring to Windberg. Is that where like Winston Sampson is in ADI and across the street? Or are you referring to like Burris?
No.
Like where ADI is and-
Winston Sampson and
Yeah.
the Paychex
So-
is back
yeah,
there.
all right.
Yeah.
I think they do have like a who's here sign, like
Okay.
at the entrance. Anyway, you're adding a curb cut. Is that part of your whole OSTA thing and everything else? It looks like you're adding a curb cut.
So OSTA deals with traffic generations and impact the traffic systems. I think for curb cut, you're talking about a DOT encroachment permit, but this isn't a state highway. So we would need a curb cut permit from the town, but
Yeah.
not from OSTA.
But that's part of, we don't have to, that's part of the site plan. You're just gonna go to the town for that one.
Correct.
And you don't have to incur anything on Eversource or CLMP, Helco, whatever we call it.
And quite honestly, there's two curb cuts there that we're basically using right now.
I didn't know there was one on that side. I thought there was only one for the house.
There's an opening in the curb at that site so they can get their tractors and everything in.
Okay. I didn't think it was legit, but okay. So I just have two more questions. Why the berm again?
We like Windberg. We like
Okay,
the
so
way the front
you
of
just wanna
Burris is.
shield it and-
Yeah, so he wants to do something attractive, so we're proposing to do something similar to what they've done out there.
And then you said it several times about tractor-trailer flow. Tractor-trailers have lift gates. Are you saying that a tractor-trailer
Not
can't
saying-
actually flow through the property, or?
No, a tractor trailer can get through the property. We just didn't set it up to be convenient for a Burris or
Okay.
some other big warehouse distribution
Yeah,
where you need
but it can
multiple-
go through.
It
It's
can
just
go
that-
through,
okay.
correct. It can go through, but it can't back up to the door without blocking a drive aisle. The door, most tractor trailers are drop docks. Yeah, some have drop lift gates. I'm not going to say a tractor trailer is never going to come in and do a delivery, but they would basically have to park parallel to the back of the building. But it's not conducive for the large warehouse distribution facilities.
So when we talk about traffic and movement, do we need to have the same criteria that we have at Burris/BJ's and say trucks go left or whatever? Like, don't go left,
Coming out,
coming out?
yeah.
Yeah, I
Do
think
we
it's
need to-
better, I think it's better safe than sorry.
Do we need to, and do you need to, how do you put that as
We
part of
could
your?
sign it on the exit drives.
Yeah, we don't want
You
any
got the
trucks
si-
to go left, similar to how we
crossing.
have.
Is there, this would be a question for staff, is Brook Street already restricted?
Yes.
Yes.
Trucks?
Yeah, there's a sign at Hinkle
It
Way.
stops at the,
Okay.
Stops
For
at Hinkle.
Okay, that's what I,
Yeah, that was a big, big thing.
Yeah. I just think maybe we should have some signage saying no left truck turn or
Yeah.
whatever it is there. That's all I have.
Okay. I don't have much. I wish I knew that you weren't going to be having many tractor trailers. I might have been more positive back at the your first agenda
Well,
item. I'm sorry about that.
That's why, again, frankly, that's why I wanted to spend a site plan application, so you know what the real intent is. I understand that, once the zone change is done, a lot more can happen, but this is something we've been talking about for a while, and I thought it was important to know what the real intent here was.
Yeah. Actually, I don't have any other questions. They've all been asked, but I feel a lot better about this than I did 3 hours ago. That's it for me.
Robbins?
Yeah, my concerns were the same. I was just worried about tractor trailer traffic and truck flow movement, and we just discussed that, so when we get, we direct truck traffic flow west, off Brook Street, we should be in good shape.
Commissioner?
Are you putting sidewalks in?
There's sidewalks that can cross the entire frontage. There's sidewalks along the entire front of the building. So I know, one thing I did forget to mention that, Nancy, you typically will ask, handicap spaces. We actually we have 17 on the site. We're actually over what's required. But more importantly to know, also EV charging stations. There is recent public act approved where towns can require up to infrastructure for 10% of the parking spaces to be EV. So we've actually set it up so we are providing 20 potentially EVs charging stations, infrastructure.
Are those handicapped? Are you going to make any of those?
You have to make at least one of them handicapped, yeah.
You didn't know that?
Well, I didn't know how
Should be
many
inaccessible.
once you have the EV.
Inaccessible, yeah. And it's deeper. And,
Plug your Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
We got another
Yep.
50 minutes.
Done? All right.
Where are the hydrants, fire hydrants?
There would be, so there's something we have to work out with MDC and fire suppression, but there's fire hydrants
Please
out front.
make sure you have
Yeah.
them.
Making money. I have couple, we discussed about phasing construction, or not phasing construction except one building. Now, can that change?
Can he?
If he can't find
Well, so one of the issues,
50 tenants, he just finds 2 tenants, and
I mean, he can come in and request to build like the front 2 buildings and not build the back. It would still work. I could still make the drainage work. I could still make the utilities work. Yeah, he could request that, but again, then that's,
because again, the whole purpose why it's attractive is because it's constructed all at one time. But if one building is constructed, we know with the new state law, how long do they have, Kim? Is it 25 years?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was,
The permit like when does it expire? I think it's like long time now, right?
I know there was an extension
Right.
based upon approval to something like 19 years.
Yeah.
I'll have to see.
So,
I'll have to check. Yeah.
no, it's still
I don't
in
know
place.
if that's so. I think
That's a law,
I
that's a
think
new
that's
law, so,
They don't make money if they don't build.
Yeah, it would
but
be-
again, I understand, but I
get it,
think that is one of the, concerns that I have, that if it doesn't get constructed, hopefully he'll be successful and,
yeah.
that's
Yeah,
what
I
we are
think
counting, but,
we got a long way tonight to make that possible.
right.
By allowing these additional uses. So, it is the intention. We did talk about we're going to phase this, and he says, no, I intend to do it all at one time.
Because you heard from the concerns before.
Sure.
The whole reason we did the change is to allow you and to do all these things. But if it doesn't happen, then it's like, we are square one, And the planting, so on the berm, so I know you want to screen it. And when I was on commission, when we did Burris, they had all these plans.
So I'm not
right?
saying- I'm not s-
And So when they planted, even now I can see through, like,
No, I
The
didn't,
buildings.
if I misrepresented it, I don't think we're trying to make a complete screening
Okay.
of the site. I think we're trying to make it more attractive, and I think Burris, for what the building is, they did a decent job. I think when Stanley, Winbrook did a good job also. I think rather than having, I mean, quite honestly, if you were to have those two sites and you didn't have that berm, you'd be looking at a big detention basin that's on the backside. And it'd just be stark, and you'd be looking at a building.
No,
So I think,
right, I mean, I
so
think.
we're not trying to screen it.
Yep.
We still want people to know it's there. I think it's an attractive building, but I'm trying to enhance it, let's say.
Okay, so I think that's what needs, if this is what it's going to look,
Yeah.
then it's fine. But if not, then I would remove some of the trees, so we get actual,
Well, that's the way we set it up. I mean, if you look
Okay.
at the spacing of the street trees are 50 feet on center. It's not a continuous row of evergreens along the top of the berm. It's a staggered row.
Okay.
Or I should say scattered evergreens along the top to enhance it. But it's not a 100% visual screening. I wouldn't say it's 50%. It's not like, just like Burris, it's not 50%. It's just an enhancement of the appearance.
okay. And I think you touched on signage. We should have some sort
I'll
of,
talk to him and see if he wants to
we
put
should
a
have
sign.
some sort of.
Sure.
Monument sign?
Yeah, no, if he's going to have monument sign, then he should show us. If he's going to put it on buildings, we want to see the size of the signs. We don't want to have hodgepodge of,
The buildings are gonna be difficult because you don't know what the name is.
but again, there should be some similarity, consistency. We don't want hodgepodge of different
We could
types
put
of
a
signs.
generic space for a sign, just label signage and as a.
Somebody may
tenants
come in with neon lights and somebody will come with, I think that's what what we should have.
Yeah, I try to picture like different logos in different businesses, and it's
Yeah.
like, how do you make it fit?
Well,
But
I
I
think it should
understand what
be-
you're saying, you wanna try to make it consistent, and I think he would want the same thing,
Yeah, so,
to look.
so I think it's having it here, I think it helps. Any other questions? I know everybody wants to move.
What's the next step? Do we continue it? If he has a mission, he has a list of things, is it,
Yeah, I mean,
do we continue it until next time? Is that the?
Yeah, I don't think, it's not a public hearing, so you just continue the meeting.
Yeah, it's
I
just-
got my marching orders.
It's just, it was a site plan application, like any other site plan, if you're not going to act on it now and the zone change isn't effective yet, you will table action to the June 21st meeting.
yeah, I think we want to see corrected, like this
So-
warehousing and all that
Is there a
gone.
motion for that? We have to do a motion for that
For
table?
to table.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, make a motion.
So I think one of the things will be, you'll be removing warehouse and all that
I'm
from.
going to change it to flex space, if
Yeah,
that's okay,
so-
with the commission right now, and then we'll be in agreement that, any other use coming in that requires a
Mm-hmm.
special permit use, we got to come back before you.
Do your stuff.
Motion to table to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your patience.
No problem.
Sorry to make you come back.
Are we on I now, right?
The real I, yep.
Discussion and set a possible public hearing date for the proposed modifications to the Rock Hill zoning regulations, sections 9.C.6.3 and 9.C.6.4 concerning major and minor changes to the approved plans. I'm assuming number 3 is part of that, or is
So
that,
that's the actual zoning regulation.
this is, okay.
You want me to run?
So,
That's,
So,
okay.
can I suggest, like, we have this. Does everybody want to just review it and then maybe we discuss at the next meeting rather than discussing it? Because
I'd
of-
rather get it at a
Yeah.
public hearing for next month. The sooner the better. That's why I was.
Because we should discuss it, I mean, unless we are discussing
We could
today,
talk,
that's fine.
I don't see this being a long discussion.
Okay, that's fine.
If it is, slap me in the face and say, yeah. Okay, let me just run through it. Most of this is already existent. In the agenda, it's in blue, but I made it in red originally. I just wanted to detail, get a little bit more specific about what a major modification is, rather than have it be, or rather than have it be vague, and this is a little bit more specific, it actually details what things are that could be considered as a major modification. So in going through it, I took out bullet point D, location screening of utility equipment, because that, I think we should know that they're going to change the location or change the appearance of utility equipment. The commission, not the,
Yeah, no, do you want us to comment as you go along, or at the end, or do you want to just talk about it as we, how do you want to do it? You want to just go through it and then we just talk about it, or?
whatever.
We can just comment, so as, you know.
Yeah, the only concern I have with that one is that the utilities determine where the utility equipment go. I mean, they could put anything on the site plan, and then Eversource could come in and say, I want the transformer there. And that's because it has to be here because of this, that, and everything else. So I'd be concerned about that. And the only reason I say that is because I think the whole spirit of this is not to micromanage the staff, it's to address minor and major changes. And I don't want to get into the point where we're micromanaging every part of what staff is supposed to be doing. I understand the concept, I get the concept, public hearing all day long or whatever it is. But I think the micromanaging part is where we have to define line of what is micromanaging versus what is actual good language.
Could I just say something? As you consider this, in looking at some other communities, what other communities have done, and this is something that I think may work. So as you consider this language, and Alan, as you are the author of this language, if you could consider this as well, putting quantifiable percentages on, for example, parking and landscaping and what have you. I'm just saying for your consideration, whether it be 10%, 5%, whatever that be. There's also communities that have the planner in concert with the chairman, and obviously the chair changes in time. So, but that's another thing that many communities do as well. I just put that out there as a suggestion,
Yeah.
that you can.
It's kind of difficult to quantify it in some of these things. And in some cases, 19%. And I mean, what do we consider a percentage? The square footage of a building, the height of the building?
Well, for example, some communities say 10% of, if you're adding 10% of the parking. If you're adding a parking space, does that require coming back to the commission? Some people have very small projects. If they're adding a space, it may be 10%. But if you're adding one space, here to accommodate an employee, what have you, I mean.
I think that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just.
That was what, I think my concern with this was like, we are here because there are no specific guidelines, right? We are here because our regulations
It's all
say
vague.
it's up to staff,
Yeah.
right? Staff can make a determination. Now, how will staff make determination, for example, say change in parking capacity? So as Kim is saying, if there is one parking, right? I mean, that's considered parking capacity. So they'll have to come to the commission, right? So I think we are trying to address it, so might as well give some parameters.
Well, one thing that I did also was I went back, I understand what you're saying, but these things don't happen every month, or every 3 months, or every 5
No,
months.
and I'm not even
Let me
concerned
finish.
about that, yeah.
So I went back and I actually did a summary back to the January of 2019, actually May of 2019. And a lot of these things never came up. So something like this would be out of the ordinary. So it's not like we can say, oh, well, it's going to happen or it's not going to happen. It may never happen. But I want to make, what prompted this was the discussions we've had for the last 4 or 5 months of the foundry, where the buildings have changed the height of the building, the number of stories of the building, the square footage of the building.
Things have changed.
The usage, yeah, all of that. And I want to eliminate that to be done, from being done without us knowing in advance. In fact, I even have a proposed, since there's been so few minor changes even over the last 2 or 3 years, I even have a proposed clause or sentence saying, this may bog things down, prior to approving any minor modifications, the town planner or other designee, that's the language they use, shall review them with the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that we know that there's a minor modification requested. We don't need a site plan application, which is a major.
And I think what can happen in those instances is if there is a construction going on and for some reason they find out something and they need a change, usually, they'll go to, staff and say, this is what it is. Staff will make determination and say, okay, you don't need it, you continue, construction goes on.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah.
when you look at the actual minor modifications that have been made over the last 3 or 4 years,
But I think,
that never came up.
but see, I think what I'm saying is, if we are just basing it on history, we don't know what can happen in the future. But then you are bound, you're bound by,
Well, I think we're getting into the weeds here. Can we all agree that this should go to a public meeting, no matter what the content is?
Yeah.
Do we all-
We can discuss, yep.
Do we all agree this, something has to happen, and we're gonna discuss in a public meeting? So from that, what would be the parameter in the public meeting? Should we get examples, like Kim is speaking about other towns and what they're doing, and make that part of our packet?
When you go to a public hearing, you're actually presenting.
No, I get it. No,
proposed
I get
zoning
it.
changes.
I get it, but
Let me go through these things and.
exactly,
we'll get
that's what I want you to do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not speaking
I
for
got you.
everybody, but I'm saying, we're all under the same assumption that we're going to public meeting with something.
I just want to comment on that first point. This D, where it says locations and screening of utility equipment, you're saying that should be major, not minor. Is that
I'm
what?
proposing that.
Right, I agree.
When you go back and listen and see what we've done with either a public hearing or site plan applications or actual agenda items where we're approving something, a lot of these things were specific questions that were asked by the commissioners. Where are you gonna put your dumpsters? And can you put the
Well,
dumpsters here? Then they go and get a minor modification where it's completely different from what we thought we approved. That's why I want a lot of these things to be covered.
Well, the charging stations on Route 3, that was minor. They got put in, and they put these huge transformers.
We had no idea that was gonna happen.
You can easily move those transformers to the back. There's no reason why they have to be there.
Well, length
So
of
anyhow.
cable and cost.
Well, that's,
Copper's a lot of coin.
yeah, but
That's not
still,
our
that
problem.
doesn't mean,
So let me go through them.
all right, let's,
We can-
see, that's why,
We can skip the minor changes generally shall not include because I'm gonna cover them. I just thought that would be kind of like a preview of what I'm gonna talk about. So paragraph 4, I changed A from just change in use to change in use of any building or structure in whole or in part, based on what we saw with one of the buildings at the foundry. The use has changed because they added a second use, which means they reduced
But
what the
again,
original use was.
Yep.
Okay?
and I think, I don't want to use that foundry as an example. I mean,
Well,
it's
yeah.
not fair, because we
Well,
did.
It's been approved, so.
So it's not fair to discuss that, because by bringing that up, we are sending in vibes that it was a problem. I mean, it's, but I think so,
It was.
but we did get
It's
information.
not a vibe, it's a
No,
fact.
I
But we
think,
got legal.
we got legal opinion and we got staff recommendation based on the review,
So this is a going forward
Yeah.
process.
This is going forward
Let's-
process.
Yes, staff is aware that
Yeah.
the commission was displeased by what staff
Yeah.
did.
Okay, paragraph B, we can put a percentage on this. Increased number of parking spaces, we could say 10%. Is that fair?
Yep, something,
So I'll add that. And what I'll do, if you don't mind, I'll edit this in the next couple of days and send it to you so you can be prepared for the public hearing, okay?
The hearing date is, the deadline is 21 days prior to the meeting, so if I get it on the
Got about a week.
1st.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Deadline.
Increased number, 10% increase in number of parking spaces. Location of parking, there's no quantification there. Or dimensions of individual parking spaces. We've had people come in and say, well, we want to make the parking space a little smaller. And if they do that, and they, because I think we have a range of the parking size, I'm talking about the width more than the length.
Right,
But it's not going to happen very much, but
No,
I
and-
want
and
to
I
make sure that
think-
we're aware of it.
right.
And it's not just blindly approved.
And usually what happens is when they say they want to reduce from 9 feet to 8.5,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
There is something else that's going on. If they want to add something in, they want to make some space.
Well, if they
But-
want to add something in, then it's a major modification.
Right, so what I'm saying is, so you have to take into that consideration, right? If there is nothing else going on,
You
right?
mean it's going to delay the development?
I mean, it's,
But, I mean, they're not going to wake
No, no,
up
what
one
I'm saying
morning and
is-
say that the parking spaces have to be narrower because we suddenly
Say-
want to do X, Y, and Z.
say they come in and say, they got these 5 parking spots that they want to go from 9 to 8.5.
Yeah,
That's it. That's the only change. That's the only change they want to do.
I can't see
Is
that.
that major
I-
or is that minor,
I-
right?
I think it should be considered by us because that's not
Because it's a
something
major-
that they're just going to wake up and say, oh, okay, we want to change the width of a parking space. There's got to be a reason, and that means that something else is going on in the property, which makes it a major change.
So I think that's what the staff looks at, right? But we can discuss that. I mean,
Okay.
I think,
Yeah, I just want to point out, and this is more of a general thing, anytime there's a regulation amendment, keep in mind, it has to be kind of run by the current regulations, because the current regulations do allow for certain reductions in certain things where there may be a special permit request they have to make for certain reduction or modification. So some of that may be covered already by the regulations, so.
Well, this won't hurt by saying it again.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
as long as it doesn't conflict with what we already have.
right, so it's.
That's
okay.
the only thing I
And
say.
this is a big one, paragraph D, change in building height, number of stories, overall footprint,
Yep.
location, orientation, because we had one of the buildings turned 90 degrees, and something that I won't mention. Or internal density, like the reduction of apartment unit dimensions, so they're going to add more apartments, which is going to affect the parking, the traffic flow, and everything else. So that's pretty straightforward. Addition of any feature or facility not included in the original approved site plan, like a playground, a swimming pool, or anything. That's pretty, to me, that's pretty obvious. Now,
Alan, real quick, you want to go back to C? I think you skipped over C.
I'm
already
not
there.
changing that.
That's
Already there.
existing.
So you want to keep it as a major? You want to keep it there? So what constitutes substantial?
Oh, wait.
Right,
That's
that's
the
a
existing.
That's
substantial
C.
reduction.
It's
Right.
existing.
Yeah.
Was that, I mean, that, if it's not in blue, or,
That was there before.
that
No,
was
but
already.
If you're
because-
going through it and you're trying to do parameters, what's substantial?
What is substantial, right?
You know?
Yeah, that's an example of where we didn't define it.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you're trying to get
It's not
finite
gonna throw those
here,
percentages,
Yeah.
whatever it
You
is.
want to go,
you're kind of getting into like gray areas. So if you really want to hammer it home, you got to do it one time and be done with it,
yeah,
you know? And so I don't know, whatever,
be a sensible percentage.
Kim?
10%.
10%.
10%?
My concern with E,
10% or more.
my concern with E is, are we just looking at it from the point of, what if I'm John Q. Public and I want to put a swimming pool in my backyard? Do they have to come before this Planning and Zoning Commission? Because,
Is that a site plan approval?
The residential house wasn't a
That's a
site
special
plan.
permit. Yeah.
Yeah.
well, no, it's,
Not even that,
it's a
but-
building permit, a
Oh, a
playground.
building permit?
I'm saying, so this is,
This is not for, because you don't present a site plan to build a single-family home.
Yeah.
well, what if I build a development?
Well, if you build a development and you
Then
put
it's
in a
gonna-
pool, it's gonna be a big one.
Yeah,
According to
and
this.
John Q. Public isn't going to decide
Is it going to be a
if
community
they're going to add, yeah, right.
Like with a fountain in the middle?
I sense some sarcasm here.
We're getting-
I'm just asking a question.
Really.
So
Yeah,
you put a cul-de-sac in and all of a sudden, everyone wants to put a pool in the neighborhood, no one cared. That's not part of this.
No,
No, because that'd be covered in the
because it's
building
a
permit.
single-family residential, we don't go through, right. so-
Okay, making sure.
But when it comes as but when that subdivision,
But
whatever.
if you're doing a multifamily development.
Right.
And you're putting in, of course, any feature or facility, and they're saying playground or swimming pool, but it's the et cetera, that's the.
Right.
A lot of
Oh.
regulations I'm looking at say et cetera, and that kind of
And that,
opens you
that
up.
creates another problem, et
But the-
cetera, then it's like.
But that's
you know.
explained in the first half of the sentence, and any feature or facility not included in the original approved site plan.
I think we can say,
Such
instead of
as.
That could
IE,
be
you
a
can
deck.
say
Such
Yeah.
such as.
Playground or swimming pool.
Swimming pool, that's it, rather than et cetera, because et
Yeah.
cetera can,
Okay.
Go on and on.
yeah.
Take
A
that out.
deck or a patio for a ground level unit, if it's a residential development, is that et cetera?
Mhm, Okay.
Yep.
It might
Okay,
be
I'll
to
take
some,
So-
it may not be
Yeah,
to
so
others.
yep.
Outdoor sauna.
Okay, and the only other change is I, which goes back to D in the first. and
So I think
last.
H you will also change, significant changes in grading. So wherever you see that type of language, we put in some parameters.
And we're going to start with 10%. and-
Okay, we'll go
Yeah, we start with
10%,
10% and then we'll see.
I had one other that I thought might make sense, and that would be changing any,
Okay, let me just go through the last one,
oh, go ahead.
and then we'll start adding. I'm sorry, but I just want
No,
to,
that's right.
and then I goes back to D in the minor modifications, location of utility equipment, equipment, trash dumpsters, or any other physical feature other than landscaping. That's, I mean, those are things that we specifically ask during a site plan application or, so if they want to change something that we approved for specific reasons, they have to come back to us. Make sense?
I think it's whatever we approve, forget about specific
That
reasons,
goes,
right?
this goes back to what I was gonna say next, though, because what I was gonna say is changing any, special conditions required by the commission as part of the original site plan approval. So whenever we plan something, if we call out something specifically, and
Then
then
it
that
matters.
changes, because
Right.
then that undermines our whole existence.
Right.
Why even be here if we say that, well, we're approving it because you're doing this,
Why are we here?
that, yeah, right.
So late.
We're
So
approving.
you
it
want to
'cause
add
you're
this,
doing-
all the, if we had a condition
So
to it.
any,
26
yeah, add-on
months.
special conditions.
Of any change in special conditions approved on the original site plan?
Yeah, changes in any,
Changes in-
any additional conditions required by the P and Z Commission as part of the original approved site plan.
So if you approve site plan X with conditions A through E, and
If
they
those A
want
through
to
E
change
change.
C and D,
Yeah.
they got to come back.
Yeah.
And that
I mean,
makes
if
sense.
we
That makes
specifically
sense.
went
Okay.
out of our way to do
Yep,
that in the
yep,
first.
yep.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
Hopefully I get this wording correctly.
I think J is very
Trust you,
broad.
Alan.
J
Yeah, well,
is
that's
very
already
broad.
there. I
We
just-
trust you, Alan.
No, but I think, but see, it's there, but next time when happens, people will look at J and say, you should have come, and then it's like, well, it's unclear. Any other changes, it's,
We can take that out altogether.
because
I
that
think we
is,
got
that
everything else
is,
covered.
right, that's,
Okay, we'll
I
take out
think
J.
that's very subjective.
Okay. And that's basically it.
The only other comment I had, which I didn't want to I was telling Ellen, in federal government, we have, under certain laws, we have automatic inclusions and automatic exclusions. All right, separate from all of that, that would require you to do a specific action, but separate from the details of that, they always had issues that were publicly controversial as automatic triggers. And I don't want to make it a requirement, but, and I don't know if there's room.
No, because that controversy.
No, but I don't know if there's
subjective.
room for guidance. And
No.
maybe
Subjective.
guidance.
Very
Someone says it on
subjective.
Facebook,
Guidance
do we have to react? You know,
Yeah.
it's-
No, but guidance would be
Subjective.
separate to say, in
No.
situations where it could be seen as
No,
it's
it's,
publicly
uh,
controversial that.
Maybe you're using
It's
your,
very subjective.
your opinion.
What's that?
Right.
And
Yeah, well, that is true, it is subjective.
It's subjective, it's up
This
to,
is, this is.
This is- I
Hopefully, you're
think-
gonna be black and white.
yeah.
Yeah, this is what.
That's
you-
what it is.
But that's why I said I didn't want to include it as a requirement, I only wanted to include it
Could we-
as guidance to staff, because
Could we?
as a commission, we
Still
can
very
protect, we can
subjective.
protect staff
I
from,
got an idea.
from the public
Can we
by
suspend the rules?
throwing
and
ourselves
allow
into the
a
middle of
member
it.
the
I don't-
public to state
We didn't
what
do
your
that.
opinion,
No,
what you
no.
think of all
Last
this.
time.
I don't
That's for
wanna-
the public meeting.
Yeah, that's fine, this is for us.
Does this make sense for you?
No, we can't, I don't want to go, please.
Okay.
That's,
And that's it.
that's,
So
that's
that's-
it. All right, let's go.
So I'll,
So the public, so we gotta make a motion for the, send this to
Yes.
public meeting.
Yep.
Well, we don't know what it is yet. So as long as we get it, we need to receive it
I'll get it
on
to
or before the
you.
1st. Okay?
Yeah, I'll get it to you
Okay.
by the week tomorrow.
Okay,
So we don't have to make a motion.
Morning.
good.
We don't have to make a motion, then, it's just,
Next
Well,
meeting.
we have to set a hearing.
We have to set a
yeah,
hearing.
that's what I mean.
Because it's
That's-
on there,
yeah.
yeah.
We need to do that.
So I make a
And I would
motion
do with the
to
condition that
include
it's-
the minor and major changes to the next public meeting, which is June 23rd?
First.
June
21st,
June
providing
21st.
it's received.
Providing it's
Provided-
received in the proper time and,
Yeah, I get it.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed, motion passes. All right, what's next?
All I know is the alarm in the building goes off at midnight. Having been
Okay.
here after
We'll be out
midnight.
here.
All right, let's see.
we'll be out of here.
Any other business?
We can skip this stuff.
Any other business?
Can I ask a question?
I'm like,
Can we have a Foundry update? Can we,
Nice.
only because the public mentioned it to us.
Well, who do we get it from? Town council? Do we get it from staff? Who do we get it from?
Where do we get it from, Kim?
Again,
I
I
would
think,
be in contact with the then applicant, and see what we can get.
Because we really should
I
have
mean,
a.
there's nothing that,
There is no
there's nothing that
requirement.
requires them to come here. Even if the commission asks, they don't have to come here.
Okay, says
it's not a
so.
But I
requirement.
can certainly see if I can get an update.
Are you looking for an update on their progress?
Yeah, Right.
I would just like to see what was actually
In 20 years.
requested and
Is that
approved.
your phone?
20 years. They just got an extension for 19.
All right,
I don't recognize my handwriting, so.
zoning enforcement?
This is I have the start of a spreadsheet. I received like 12,
Good night.
I received 12 complaints today, so they're not on here. So, yeah, I know. So they're not on here, but is this format
Perfect.
appropriate?
Is this
for-
the existing ones you have now?
No, this is just as of date certain. I'm not going back. There's still existing ones that are ongoing that
Yeah.
are not on here.
Okay.
And I don't want to go backwards. I'm trying to go forwards if I can. Having received 12 today, and we're working on getting help, so hopefully that'll happen soon. But as far as the format goes,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
does this work? Do
Yeah.
you want more information? I mean, date issued, that means an NOV was, notice of violation was issued. With respect to the outdoor dining, we only have 2 that have applied for outdoor dining thus far, officially. Some actually had outdoor dining up and running without any approval. Others are, still have to be issued, but there are 3 on here right now.
Is the corrected column yes, no, or a date?
Corrected, right now it's NA, meaning is, corrected, it could be a date, it could be whatever, but
Do they
we
get
haven't gotten
fined?
there.
Do we get fined for this?
Well, it depends on,
I think we should make some money.
No.
So,
Because I was just thinking, which ones are, as it develops over time, which ones are still open, which ones are closed?
Yeah, that's what this is.
Okay, yeah, but that's, yeah.
Aging column.
Yeah, no, it would still be, I would still keep it
Yeah,
as
this
is.
will be
It would
ongoing.
be ongoing.
right, so we see this.
And then we can take those, if you want, we can move those as they get corrected there.
we
But
had
this
something
is-
like this years
This is just
ago.
like ground zero, once
Yeah.
again.
Yep, okay. And if, I think the last column, like, I don't know, action, is that what it is?
Well, this
Or-
is more like notes, like,
Yeah.
okay, like
Okay,
on
so-
on the Courtney property, photos were taken, so that's in the file. I've
Okay.
had no,
I mean, this works now, if we need change, we
Yeah.
can discuss in the future.
Formal basis, yeah.
All right.
We're going to talk about minor modifications.
Oh, minor modification.
which?
There's no-
In the agenda, minor
Oh,
modifications.
they're all covered here, right?
None right now,
Okay.
none as of yet. None recently, how's that?
But when we discuss A and B, this is A and B. I
That
just
would
want to
be,
make
that
sure-
would be A and B.
Right.
The only thing we have here, I signed a temporary liquor permit and
Yep.
for tents for something happening in September. It's a one-day event up at Carbone's.
All right, peak meeting, there's no peak meeting, no update, right?
When is the next one?
June 7th.
Oh, so it's coming up.
Yep.
June 7th. It's my understanding from watching, I watched the meeting.
It's a good meeting, huh?
It was a quick meeting. It was a good meeting, that the agenda will remain the same.
Yep.
I do want to state real quickly on the record that the Complete Streets policy and the Affordable Housing Plan went to the council once again, the beginning of May, and they tabled it. And it's going to be taken up again in June. I talked to the town manager today. He's not sure if it's the first meeting in June or the second meeting in June.
Do
Because
they
they
have all
were-
the attachments and everything?
they had it. They had it at the meeting.
All right.
They- it was in the packet.
Legislation,
No.
do we have any, no legislation?
There's two bills about housing currently before the legislation, the work, live, ride legislation, and then one bill that's being introduced where they're actually going to take, how many housing units does the state need? If we need X amount of units in the state for affordable housing, that's divided up among municipalities based upon population. So that's
Well, they're
not
not passed,
very,
so
it's not very well received right now,
Yep,
so.
yep.
So we'll see how that,
Communications, we have a bill.
we have a bill.
Motion to approve the
No,
bills.
all right,
We have one
Second.
bill
Planometrics.
for planometrics.
for planometrics.
Motion to approve that bill.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All in favor, aye,
Aye.
opposed?
Hurry up, we got